Order this gathering. Thanks everyone for. Okay, we good? Calling to order this special study session of the City Council. Thanks to everyone for taking your weekend. I understand that this is a Saturday. Good to be here. We've been having a nice time chatting and getting to know each other. We have our consultant John Morgan here with us this morning. Thanks for being here, John. Sure. I'm excited about this session and look forward to learning more. And I don't think we're going to make too many decisions today, but this topic of annexation is super relevant, especially in light of our West Side urban renewal district that we've just formed, figuring out what's the best way to plan for this growth area of our city. There's kind of a long history about this. I won't go too far into it. I'm sure John will, but this council in 2016 made a very important decision to reverse a bad policy, which was allowing connection to the sewer without annexation. And so we have a lot of properties surrounding our city that are not in the city, but on our sewer. And the reason people are willing to annex is because they want the sewer. And so we have no leverage to bring those properties in, which makes a tax burden on all of our residents that is not shared by users of our services. So that ain't right. So getting this annexation question right the way we want it is trickier because of that. There's a lot of considerations, and I'm excited for us to educate ourselves about the implications, not to decide here's what our annexation policy is going to be, but oh, here's the plus minus. Oh, I never thought of that. Oh gosh, well, if we do this, here's the. So that's my TED talk. And just briefly, I will say, let's remember, as we always do, that as we're doing our important work today, we're doing it on land that has been occupied for many centuries. And let's work to keep those folks in mind who were here and who are here. And we'll continue to be here together. Thanks. John?
Wow, thank you. This is really motivated by the counties bringing up the idea of doing mass annexation, especially on the west side of town. I drove through that area yesterday afternoon, and it's really quite the interesting hodgepodge of urban density subdivisions and lots of rural residential and a few, horse farms and martini ranches and all spread all over. No real active agriculture or anything in the area, but it was very interesting, very eye-opening to drive through all of that. And I've talked with many of you, and I've talked with two members of the Board of Commissioners, including Arthur Babitz, who's been a champion of the idea of doing mass annexations in that area. We'll talk a little bit about where he's coming from on that in just a minute. The intent of today is for me to give you some background on annexation law, look to the city attorney to help on that. Thank you very much. And then Dustin's online via Zoom, so he can jump in on that as well. And then so we're going to talk about everything having to do with annexation from a technical standpoint. In my conversations with people, have come up with a pro and con analysis, and so I'll share that with you. And I'm thinking at most this is going to be a half hour or 45 minutes or so of my presentation. But then we turn it over to you, as the whole idea is for you to start formulating your positions, or at least your knowledge about annexation and what it might mean and the various options for doing it, why to do it. Just a number of things that for you to discuss and to bring forward. I'll be taking notes as we go through that. And then I'll write a follow-up report next week on what we come up with today, a summary of the chart pack sheets basically that I take down. So any questions or ideas or comments before we get started? Okay, super. I'm going to share my screen. And we trust the technology will be perfect for that. How's that?
Yeah, John, just one comment. Thanks for taking the time to drive around a little bit. I just want to highlight that actually within the urban growth boundary, there is a fairly large orchard. And there's so many orchards that are not, but right. This landowner's name is well known to many of us because it's such an interesting land use issue. He wishes to continue farming, which of course he may, but when we do an inventory of developable lands, we're forced to include this orchard that's not available till he decides to quit. So that's Like our orange rind of sewer no city, we have this issue to deal with.
Yeah, that's a good one. A lot of jurisdictions are caught in this situation of having an active farm and the farmer has no intent whatsoever of losing his ag tax deferral and just wants to perpetuate it. So it's raising interesting policy questions at the state level. What do you do about properties like that, which essentially could keep us community from growing because they refuse to allow development and it's very difficult to do urban growth boundary expansions. We see that here in Hood River, where you are on three sides completely hemmed in by the National Scenic Area and the river. And then to the south, it's prime ag soils. So it's very difficult to envision UGB expansions, which is why this infill is important, at least probably in the next 10 or 20 years, to get this infill set up and working as best as possible, because it's going to be difficult to do any UGB expansions. And we know the more you constrain the land supply, the more that impacts land value, and the more that impacts, of course, housing prices. And that's one of the big issues, is affordable housing in this community, which is, you know, probably the cheapest thing listed now is probably pushing $500,000 or more for the cheapest hovel. And that's a very unfortunate situation. Very unfortunate situation. The state law, let me see if I can work this way. Look at there, state law. Hood River and annexations. Oh, good, it works. State law is very simple on what it requires for annexations, and that is that the property must be contiguous. And by contiguous, it means not only it can abut, but also it can be separated by a right-of-way or a body of water or something like that that makes it contiguous. And then, so the property must be contiguous and the annexation must be reasonable. And that is literally all that is included in state law as we talk about annexations. Reasonable is an interesting question that's been litigated in terms of what that means. The primary argument in that has been over what are called cherry stem annexations, which is where you have a parcel that's some distance away from the body, but it's connected potentially by a street right away or a road right away. So you get this cherry kind of configuration. And the courts have actually held that cherry stem annexations are reasonable if everything else comes out. Many jurisdictions don't have annexation law themselves. They haven't taken the opportunity to create something in their own codes having to do with the annexation process. Frankly, I think what I see in Hood River's code is more extensive than the vast majority of other communities. It has a lot more criteria built into it and process built into it than any other jurisdiction. There are large jurisdictions that don't have anything built into their code. Also, you have it built into your development code. And I know when I work with communities and we're doing code updates, I kind of try to steer them away from having annexation built into the development code and rather just have it part of municipal code. Because technically all an annexation is moving a boundary line. That's all it is. It's not a land use decision. It is a boundary line adjustment. So it doesn't have to be in the development code. Putting it in the development code creates a whole nother body of review, you know, potential of going to LUBA instead of into the court system. And there's a lot of things that come into play. But it's not necessary that it is in the development code. Yours is, so we deal with it as what is there. And it's pretty extensive in terms of what's written and how you've used it. Annexation can be initiated by the landowner. Most often that is the case, or it can be initiated by the city. And the thing is, you can initiate the process, but with two exceptions, you don't get to make that decision. The landowner ultimately makes the decision on whether they want to be annexed or not. We'll talk about that. And annexation for you, it's approved by ordinance. There are these 5 options for how annexations can get initiated. The first one is the landowner's consent to annexation, which is essentially the same as the third option. But that's what we most often see, where a property owner will petition the city for an annexation, and then landowner owns all of the property at hand. The next 2 options are ones that can include properties where the landowners don't necessarily want to be annexed, but they can be, if you will, forced to come in. In fact, your code uses the word shall. It says if these circumstances exist, the property shall be annexed. It doesn't really leave a whole lot of discretion if you can make these findings successfully that the proposed annexation meets the requirements of your code. Double majority is where half of the property owners and at least half of the electors. This isn't used very often, but it's where you would have half that property owners, 60% of the property owners are participating in it. And then also you hold an election, and which can of course include the people that aren't, they're living, but they are not necessarily a landowner in that area. They're a renter, but they are an elector, and you could have that. The third type, the triple majority, is what's used most often. Essentially, these things are exceptions because state law says there shall be an election unless one of these circumstances exists. And so this is the one that's used most often, the triple majority, where you have consent from at least half the landowners representing at least half of the area and at least half of the assessed valuation. So that's called a triple majority. And so an analysis is done, and whoever's petitioning this, and this is one of these ones where when we get into the discussion of what is the city's role going to be, if you want to push for these mass annexations, this is what you would push for, is to find areas with the triple majority. It's the way to go. It does mean that there are people that can be annexed over their objection. And that's not uncommon when cities do large annexations, or even when you have property owners that initiate them, they very well may create a circumstance where they are petitioning from a triple majority perspective and forcing someone to come in. The two places where the city has the authority to force an annexation or an island annexation, where property is surrounded on all sides by city limits, and this is over the years, this is not uncommon at all. I'm thinking of a place in West Lynn. You have this lovely little farm that is surrounded probably a mile on every side by land that's in the city, but this is property that has never been annexed. So it's just this little tiny island of there, and the city has no reason to want to annex it, and so it just stays where it is, probably waiting for that property owner finally to sell out the farm, and then someone will buy it and will come and do the annexation. And the other is a public health hazard, where where that is common, is where you have failing septic tanks in a district that has been that way. The biggest example of that was what's called the Multnomah project, which was East Portland, where much like here, the county approved rural. Actually, they approved urban scale development outside of the Portland or Gresham city limits in this area in between the two cities. And it had gone on since the 30s and 40s, all on septic tank. And then that area, the septic tanks were failing. And so this was probably 40 years ago when a mass annexation was done because it was a health hazard annexation in order to extend sewer into that area and sewer all those properties. I'm sure that's the largest one that's ever been done in the state. Those are the ways that we can approach this. And the question that's really on the table today is, are you interested in taking on as a community, taking the lead on doing these large scale annexations to actually have the city do the work and initiate them, or leave things as they are where it's property owner initiation? That is the big question, and we know that the county's interested in the former of really doing some large scale annexations. And then we know that there are those that feel, especially Dustin, I know as your planning director, has been very interested in keeping things as they are and doing them case by case, application by application. You're all familiar with this question, I believe. Yes. Probably. Okay. You have these annexation policies. I tell you, this is a really comprehensive ordinance that you have, and that has this body of law built into it. These are policies. These don't necessarily represent criteria. They're not criteria. They're the policies by which you think about how a property conforms to the criteria. And it goes through just real briefly. The proposed annexation represents the natural extension of the city boundaries, which is an interesting question of policy, and it's up to you as the decision makers to decide whether something makes sense if it's a natural extension. This might be where you would get into one of these cherry stem possibilities and say, that's not such a natural extension. And maybe you would find it didn't meet that policy or not, but those are all hypothetical. Proposed annexation would not, when developed or as developed, and that's a recognition that there's both bare ground out there and developed ground out there. Unreasonably limit the ability of the city to provide a level of services to city residents consistent with community needs and the financial capabilities. In other words, taking on this property, would it create a negative financial situation for the city? Would it cost more than it's going to bring in property tax income or other revenue streams? And in doing so, does that hurt the rest of the city by bringing it in? The third policy, proposed annexation would not cause the city to pledge extension of services beyond its resources. Annexation essentially infers that sewer and water and storm drainage and those three especially are available to that property, and inherently by the fact they were annexed, they have a right to request and use those particular services. Streets come into play as well. Those streets, of course, you can have less than standard street and it still works. Unlike a sewer line, either it works or it doesn't. Basically, we don't work with substandard sewer lines, but this is you, as a matter of policy, determining that a property has you have the capacity to serve it. Is what it comes down to. And finally, it would serve the interest of the entire community and not solely the interest and convenience of those within the territory proposed to be annexed. This is where this gets interesting in terms of these being policy and not criterion, because that would be a really tough criteria to adjudicate. And so, we don't really make findings based on these policies, but the policies are found in the criteria, which I will walk through again here real quickly on that one. But that's a tough one. Would serve the interest of the entire community. And I suppose one could make the argument that the community needs housing. That's the number one interest of the community, is this provides an opportunity to provide needed housing. And but otherwise, you might have a hard time finding this. They move on here, if I figure out how to do that. So you have two bodies of criterion. One is for developed land and the second is for undeveloped land. Recognizing this is pretty sophisticated in the way that it's put together to have this kind of differentiation. Number one, territory is contiguous to the city limits and inside the urban growth boundary. That's pretty obvious. The annexation represents the natural extension of the existing city needed to accommodate growth. So you've got that hook in there about accommodating growth. That's an important hook for that criterion. The development of the property is compatible and consistent with the rational, logical extension of utilities and roads to the surrounding area, meaning that it is lined up so it can easily hook into sewer and water and streets and those services that are necessary. For the city's capable of providing the urban services to the territory without impacting the negatively. Again, do you have the capacity, the capability to do it? I'm thinking of communities like one that I've worked with is St. Paul. Another is Yamhill, that flat out have no more water capacity until they expand their water treatment systems. In the case of St. Paul, they don't have water rights. So they're at a real loss now in terms of how they're ever going to grow, because they just don't have access to the water. Wouldn't make any sense to do annexations if you cannot provide that kind of service. And so here, my understanding is the capacity is there. You don't need to worry too much about that. And then 5, fiscal impact of the annexation is favorable. This is an interesting one because when you annex, you actually withdraw that land from the water and sewer and fire districts. And generally what happens is the city takes over providing those services. Doesn't have to be. And I know there's reasons to think some areas that would not make sense, perhaps especially for the fire district. But Ice Mountain, you would take over that the water system. You have an existing intergovernmental agreement with Ice Mountain, which says you're basically going to Fountain. There you go, Ice Fountain. Makes sense. Not really, but it's all right. You have an agreement with them that you will essentially pay off the cost of the infrastructure that's in the area being annexed, reimbursing Ice Fountain for its investment that it's made in the past. But you also have the standard practice of charging the person being annexed those costs. And I've seen that. I've reviewed Dustin very recently provided to me several examples of annexations that I was able to go through yesterday. And in every one of those, the cost of the reimbursement is charged back to the applicant rather than the city bearing those costs. Even though that's not built into your law, that's built into your practice. And it absolves the community of bearing those particular costs. And then the proposed annexation does not negatively impact nearby property, which is, as I say to city councils, one of your main jobs is managing change. And the people hate change. In fact, I saw that in looking at some of these annexation applications that came in. There was opposition simply because people did not want to see property developed.
Sure.
And you, as the council and also your planning commission, have to bear in mind that land inside an urban growth boundary is predestined to develop. And you have to stand for that against the tide of public opinion often. And so that's built right into this criterion that the property does not negatively impact nearby property. The definition of negative is something that can be argued by nearby residents that it's going to negatively impact them. But on the other hand, you have a much bigger responsibility to provide needed land for growth. And you have the codes in place to assure the quality of that growth as it happens. And therefore, you can make a finding pretty easily that you're not negatively impacting those other properties. That's for developed land, which is land that you have, of course, those urban density subdivisions that are in your urban growth area. You also have land that's rural residential, meaning it's probably on 1 or 2 acres. Somewhere in there, there's a dividing line between developed and undeveloped. But you can just make that judgment call case by case. And then we have these criteria having to do with undeveloped land, which is very similar. The ones that are up there in italics are slightly different than the one under developed land. Number 3, it says the annexation of territory is compatible, as opposed to say the annexation of the development is compatible. And so you have to make a more focused finding on that kind of thing. Going down to number 5, the fiscal impact of the annexation is favorable, determined by the city of Hood River because of a commitment to a proposed development, meaning that the person that's annexing is committing to developing that property at some point in time, and you therefore can attach conditions of approval having to do with sewer and water and street improvements as well as storm and whatever else. And then if it doesn't apply, that's number 6, annexation meets the city's urban growth needs, and it's to the city's advantage to control the development plans of the property. Yes, actually, a big part of Zoom is covering my screen here. Commitment to proposed development, unless the city determines the public need outweighs the increase. Number 6, that's right. Annexation meets the city's growth needs. It's the city's advantage to control the growth and development plans in the territory. In other words, it's rather than letting the county manage the development of that, it's in the city's interest to manage the development of that property, which really goes back probably to the thinking of the council in 2016 when it adopted the policy of no extraterritorial extension of sewer, saying it's better to have the city controlling development as occurs as opposed to the county doing that. This is an argument in a lot of communities. I do a lot of work on the coast, and over half of the housing on the coast is outside of city limits, because over the years, all those county boards and commissions have allowed these rural residential to a great extent tourism oriented or visitor oriented housing developments to occur outside of cities. And so it makes it really an interesting argument. Your situation isn't near as extreme as theirs, but it does exist, that's for sure. And then number 7, if the criteria of 6 does not apply, the annexation provides a solution for existing problems, meaning sewer, water, that kind of thing. And again, number 8, it doesn't negatively impact nearby properties, and it conforms with the comprehensive plan, which is also in the other one. Conform to the comprehensive plan essentially means, in this case, it's inside the urban growth boundary. And all those properties out there, I don't think there's anything that's probably zoned commercial in the county that's outside of your city limits. I may be wrong, but
The high school?
The high school is own public, you're right, that is outside the city limits, isn't it?
And on sewer, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, all of Tucker Road.
Yeah.
Commercial district there. Yeah, so it means that when the land gets annexed, it's just gonna be zoned appropriately based on the land use pattern, and I know that the practice has been to basically take the county zoning and change it to the appropriate city density zoning, a higher density zone when property is annexed, so that it conforms with the city's comprehensive plan in that way. This is your body of law. I'm not sure if I was impressed or overwhelmed by reading a number of these staff reports and these council orders on annexation, where it would run like 25 pages of findings of fact. Very extensive work in defining the justification for these annexations. And pretty impressive work by the staff to do all of that. Any questions or comments about the city's existing policy of how you go about doing annexations? Sir.
3 slides back, the first of these. I was surprised that it said the city shall annex property. I thought, I would have said like shall only annex property, because this almost gives us marching orders. Like, if somebody can argue these 4 things are met, the city needs to get off the dime and go do it. Is that what this is telling?
It's a matter of policy, which isn't law. The criterion as listed is the body of law, and it doesn't say shall anywhere in the criteria.
Okay.
It does say it as a matter of your policy,
Okay.
but you're the body that interprets your own policy.
Okay, so I just was like, wait.
Yeah, I don't think a person can argue you must.
Great, thank you.
Yeah. What do you think?
It was a big deal too.
You might still please.
It was a big deal at the time, and I think it was kind of a major policy shift for the council, and so this kind of represented that reorientation. Because it wasn't in this, the city council didn't just sort of think about this over time and hem and haw. They realized when the report was given to them that this was a big problem, and they need to kind of reverse this policy of allowing kind of incremental extensions of sewer over time. No, we're not going to do that, and we are going to stop this train, and we're going to reverse it and take it back into the station. So that's, I think, why they use the S word.
Okay, so I understand that a little. Thank you, Dan. So this is saying, rather than continuing to grant sewer beyond the city, we shall do this.
Right.
Got it.
Yeah, it was kind of a message to self.
Yeah.
Because it's your policy, you're the council. It's, how do you interpret this? What were they thinking back then? These city councilors, it was a big deal.
Thank you.
And so
This is 2016.
Yeah, and so you as the interpreter of your own policies get a good deal of latitude in how to interpret those, but that city council wanted to send a message going forward.
So the annexation criteria was adopted in 2016, because I remember the conversation about stopping the policy of allowing consent to annex and getting sewer, but I don't remember a conversation about creating a bunch of criteria. That wasn't already in place. We were just following
I
state
think that
code
was in
before
place
then.
at the time.
I think so too.
Okay, because I would love to know when this was actually created and why, because I didn't realize it was so different from the rest of the state. And I guess my question for John is, for cities that are just following state criteria, like, if someone asks to be annexed, do they just say yes? Do they have any basis to say no, it doesn't make sense, or?
Yeah, when
Like,
your
how do
only
they evaluate
criteria is finding, is it adjacent, and then the second is it reasonable? Cities can interpret reasonable in a lot of different ways.
Broad discretion.
Okay.
I see Chris, and then I think Will might also have a comment.
I can't even see Will back there.
I didn't realize it was there.
Thank you.
I think, oh my God.
Pay no attention to the man behind the plaque. So I was just jumping onto our meeting code online, which has the legislative history attached to every chapter. Here's the last ordinance that affected the annexation policy was in 1999.
Wow. So, Anna, you're aware of another jurisdiction you've worked with that has as extensive a code as this for annexation?
No. No, partly because it's such a broad discretionary thing. That, you know, I've always felt, you know, if it feels good, annex it.
Yeah.
It's like that.
Yeah.
And the fundamental criterion, you know, has to be contiguous. But does it form a logical boundary? Like, how do you feel about that? And that's what it comes down to, is logical boundary. And, you know, your predecessors before, you know, they allowed these extensions and didn't really think about the boundary. But now you do. Every time you have an annexation or an extension request, you know, planning staff looks at that boundary and it is such a jig-jaggy thing. And like, where's the sewer line and where are the streets, and this boundary is so weird at this point. It's not nice and smooth like that. And it kind of comes down to it. And so I've always felt that, you know, it's very hard to overturn an annexation, although it's happened in this city. Turned it back. It was I think it was fire district, Westside Fire District appealed an annexation, and that kind of brought the focus in. It got sent back from Luba. It is very hard to keep these out of Luba. If you've got a dedicated opponent who wants to challenge an annexation, it's very hard to say it has no land use connection at all. It's just so hard to do, because you're amending this boundary, which is a creature of your comprehensive plan. So I just assume if it's going to get challenged, it's going to get into Luba.
Chris?
Yeah, the annexation criteria number 5, which is the fiscal impact, is favorable, right? I just don't understand how that is in practice, right? Because it's, for me, it's it seems to be like greater than 0, right? But I'm assuming that there are sort of non-economic factors that come into the fiscal analysis, right? Or is it really that bad?
I would think it's mostly just the fiscal analysis of, you know, what is the you know, some of these properties would be subject to the property tax rate of the city. The city be taking in its, what is it, $2.81 or whatever it is.
Yes.
There we go. And so you look at the property tax revenue would be the primary factor. And does it make sense to assume that money is going to come in and that is adequate justification or adequate basis for providing the services of adding, you know, police, fire, planning, and public works to, you know, it's kind of a straightforward analysis.
I have a question about that. I remember learning, and this was in another community, but the sort of words to live by were residential costs you money, commercial makes you money.
Yeah.
Is that true here?
It's a good question. That's kind of conventional knowledge, is that your property taxes paid by single family homes don't cover the actual service delivery for those homes.
Yeah.
Which is why it's so important to have commercial and industrial land in a community.
Right.
It really makes a difference. I bring back up West Lynn. West Lynn has a remarkably low tax rate. It's like 91 cents.
Oh.
And West Lynn has very little commercial and industrial land, and yet it's probably, from a wealth standpoint, one of the wealthiest communities in the state. They constantly have budget problems because they can only charge that 91 cents, and the assessed valuation of all those homes, especially under Measure 5, where many of them are not assessed at market value, of course. They budget woes quite often because they just can't raise enough money.
So Chris, to your point, what do you think?
Yeah, so I guess, right, because the next step of that is sort of, is that fiscal impact analysis the basis for imposing cost to the landowner, right? Sort of, there needs to be a contribution on behalf of the landowner in order to make this fiscal impact positive. And And I didn't know if that's sort of been used in the past or how that's.
Since the landowners have been historically required to pay the buyout of the special district. That, I would be surprised if that stems from this particular criteria.
That stems from the new planning director.
Say more, good job. Tell us.
Prior to my arrival, the city would absorb the cost to those districts, the payout of lost revenue for 5 years for West Side Fire, and I objected to that, putting and recommending and incorporating into our findings that in order to satisfy this criteria, those in some instances would be passed on to the developer, whose interest was to develop the property. And then in some instances, we would share that for those who were consenting to the annexation, but not necessarily developing, call those being swept in to gain contiguity. So for example, you're going to see the cost to compensate West Side Fire being funded by IBC, who has your last development, Hasselback, before that, Stenberg Brothers. But prior to that, that was something that it was just something absorbed by the city as kind of our contribution, and that changed the pace. Yeah, and that was just my approach to it. There could be instances, but we could be flexible in that and how we apportion and share those costs.
And that's what's really, sorry.
Go ahead, Lance.
That's what's really important. We obviously all want growth. We want housing, right? We need housing. But how do we do it in a way where that cost doesn't end up affecting the buyer, right? Or the developers passing that cost on to whomever is going to be buying property. And that's where I don't see anything along those lines of, are we doing this by case scenario, or is it for everyone, the city pays X amount, developer X amount?
It's not a formula. It's based on the circumstances, because if you have, not all the annexations are really the same. There's just different circumstances, whether it's, the home buyer, or whether it's the homeowner. There's those properties that have already been built. We have an opportunity to kind of come up with what we think is a reasonable, back to reasonable formula on how to apportion those costs, one at a time. And those are your development agreements. We craft them. They're always up to you to finalize, you as council.
Probably part of this larger discussion that you want to have in terms of establishing firm policy, because right now it's being done on a case-by-case basis. And if the purpose of today's conversation is to think about where this goes in terms of policy, it might be good to think about that.
And it might be best to say X amount of housing, and then Dustin, you have a goal that, for example, there's 25 developments or projects that are being considered, because that's the goal that we give, or we're very specific about what we want the outcome to be.
Yeah, and that's a big difference between having the right of the annexation versus them being already in, because you don't have that discretion when they're in the city. They have a land use entitlement right. So long as they meet the code, you approve it. Upon annexation, this is where discretion in terms that are favorable to the city, going back to the policy, you get to determine what's in the best interest. Is it in the best interest to have 2 out of every 20 lots be dedicated to the land trust? Is it in the best interest of the city, such as Campbell, to hold them out until we resolve the extension of a trail? Those are in the best interest. And I use Campbell because I absolutely told Copper West that do not expect a favorable recommendation on annexation from the staff until we resolve this trail issue. And it sat outside the city limits until the point where the Parks and Rec bought it. Because once that thing was in, you had absolutely no right to negotiate or navigate a trail easement there. You could negotiate it, but it's under better terms when you have an annexation hurdle or an annexation opportunity to discuss it. And that's a real life example. That's not speculation.
Mm-hmm.
This is the gist of the discussion, really.
Yeah. one of the, excuse me, oh, I'm sorry.
Chris, it's okay, Chris.
Oh, no, you know, I think Dustin actually answered the question or sort of addressed my concern is those are the type of issues and the type of control that you lose a little bit when you're talking about mass annexation, right? Because what Dustin's talking about is the ability to, well, I mean, I'll say impose, but the ability to negotiate conditions, right? And you know, sort of calculate a fiscal impact when you're talking about individual developments, right? That becomes very, very different when you're doing a mass annexation, because now you're trying to create, you know, sort of a one, you know, sort of one size fits all, right? For a number of properties.
One of the things I don't understand, and maybe,
Excuse me, John.
yes, sure.
Go ahead, Dustin.
I was gonna say, and that's where I use the Campbell one too as an example of where taxable, you know, ad valorem taxes aren't part of the cost. You know, that starts to extend the cost out to different aspects of development and community development. Is the cost, it's going to cost you $1 million to buy 100 feet of trail space. You know, that really falls outside that ad valorem tax of, you know, this thing's going to come in, it's going to be assessed at $1 million. We'll take our 15%. We do the math. You know, we got to do 1 mile of snow plowing or a 500 feet of snow plowing. And, you know, Neil Holste's going to have to show up there once a year to, you know, to address their matters. You know, Leonard gets to show up twice a year to make sure that, you know, somebody has a lift assist. There's more than that when it comes to dollars and cents and cost to benefit analysis of these things. And they can vary radically.
What's ad valorem, Dustin?
I'm sorry, property tax based on your assessed property value.
Thank you. Sorry to cut you off, John.
Okay, let me ask Dustin a question, and then also Dan, you jump in. One of the things that's been a little confusing to me, and reading some of the applications or the findings in the actual decisions on annexation, is the point you just raised about trail. Why couldn't those very same conditions of approval be considered when you actually have a development application? Why is it necessary to raise them in the annexation process as opposed to?
Because it's illegal.
Okay, explain.
Oh, come on, let me jump in. No.
We've had the situation where this comes up most is if you've got, here's the urban growth, here's the city limits, and some of us that extend sewer a bit away. And so under these policies, you as the applicant have to pull in all the intervening properties. And when you do that, it's the streets oftentimes that are the expensive yet inadequate facilities. And so extending the street improvements all the way through this annexation area is sometimes a heavy lift. And we are stuck in when you're dealing with a permit in a land use context, you can impose conditions that there's a rational nexus,
Sure.
and that they're roughly proportional to the impact of the development. And you'll see these developers that kind of like, they'll try and piecemeal to avoid a subdivision. They'll do serial partitions over years you couldn't attach those street improvements to a 2-lot partition. You couldn't even a 3-lot partition, because most of those improvements are off-site from the development site. And so in order to get these improvements, we say, look, you are not even going to annex until you sign this annexation agreement where you agree to make these street improvements, because we really lack the legal ability to attach that condition to a development proposal, because we're stuck with this Nolan-Dolan constitutional provision. Whereas annexation, if it feels good, annex it. If it doesn't feel good, you don't.
That's exactly the answer that I wanted to make sure was clear to the council.
Dustin, anything on that? And then Doug.
I think, you know, I agree totally with Dan's answer. I think if you look at the map that we prepared, what makes that even more complicated in this Hood River circumstance is if you see the large parcelization of the areas that haven't been developed, meaning like this thing is broken into small pieces. You're talking about typically pretty small developments in general. We don't do, you know, quarter, 160 acre, you know, development swaths where the regional trail can easily be knit into a larger format development, we're having to grind this out one improvement at a time, where your regional trails, it's not just one section it goes in, it's over the course of 5 to 6 to 7 developments that it's slowly pieced in little by little. And it makes the argument that we have to make, is that it's proportional to the development. So that 6-lot subdivision that all of a sudden needs a bit of the West Side Regional Trail, it becomes a not very difficult, nearly impossible argument for me to say your 6 lots equates to having to dedicate part of a regional trail that serves the greater West Side or the entire city's interest. That is an added complication in our circumstance.
Doug,
Dustin, and if anybody else remembers the exact parcel we were talking about, we did do an annexation this year where we had this exact discussion about placing conditions of approval at annexation, because that was the only time we were able to do that. And it seemed kind of like, why are we placing all these restrictions right now? Because they're not developing the land yet. There's nothing that was proposed. Does everybody recall that?
Yeah.
Dustin, do you recall that exact annexation?
I do recall.
So I feel like we had this conversation a little bit at that point, and it was kind of made clear to us that, well, you don't get another opportunity to do this. And it seems like it's sort of emerging that as we think about more mass annexations, we lose these these conditions that we can place. Does that serve as a good test case for this type of scenario, Dustin?
Yeah, and even when we went through the subdivision with them, they had a Nolan Dolan claim that we had to address.
Right.
On the weekend. So even though we went through that, it still raised the Nolan Dolan claim. So I'm very glad that we had done that, because it served us at the development stage.
So I want to flag the other side of this. I get Nolan Dolan is incredibly restrictive and is a limit, but I do feel like there's a big policy thing that currently our staff is doing of, potentially completely disproportionate amount of requirements or costs on a property owner. That is also just completely unpredictable right now. If you say, okay, I want to annex so I can build houses that we need, you have no idea, is it going to be 50,000 to do one new sidewalk, or is it going to be give up half your land and pay $500,000? Like, so I do think having some level of, maybe we have a different definition of, is it proportional to what you're actually doing, or is it, here are some clearer standards, or here was what we're going to ask for or not ask for on the property. If it's in the TSP, we want the dedication now, but we can't just say, oh, everything that we'd ever want, or like that. Feels bad and is certainly counterproductive to our other goals around getting housing and development and density. And you need sewer to do density. So I do think there's something that right now, I get it, and Dustin and everyone else is looking at the city's best interests and getting everything they can, and that I can see that, and it's great, and it may be too much. So I just want to flag that end of it. Right now, it's this black box, and I would be terrified if I was going to be like, oh, I want to annex, but who knows? How do I plan for that? How do I budget for that? How do I talk to investors about that?
Well, and that's why we do pre-apps with them. And certainly we're not like pulling things out of nowhere. I think that's, one of the things about having the annexation criteria in the code is it does provide a little more of those sidebars. So absent that, it's okay, are you lawful? Like the state code is, are you lawfully eligible for annexation? That's one piece. By having a more articulated statement in criteria in the code, which goes beyond just what the state, it does start to suggest, where are we looking for? And certainly as staff, we're not coming up with wish list. We're talking about things from the TSP, from the from the parks master plan, from the comp plan. So it's not, we're not fabricating items. It's items that are based in policy and based in studies. So there's and we absolutely provide the opportunity to do pre-meetings with folks so that we can flag those, because although we're looking for the city's best interest, we also need to be professionals and do this in a way that is, it's not a guessing game. This is not a surprise gotcha thing. We absolutely need to be articulate about those expectations and help help the applicants understand that. We're definitely not trying to play gotcha on them.
The phrase that's coming to mind for me is people talk about progressive states or cities being business unfriendly, meaning that there's like regulation and the government makes you do stuff and except for the people who get swept in, as Dustin said, who don't want to annex, it sort of sounds like people want to annex, right? People want to build and join our city. How obligated do we want to be to that desire? Like, hey, if they want in, yes, it's contrary to our easy housing supply increase, which is what we want, but do we want to have an open door, to make annexation easy, or continue to exact benefit to the whole city as it's a great question. I don't know, but I appreciate this discussion
Well, and I don't think it needs to be the binary. We need to find that balance. That isn't, we've shut the door because it
Right.
doesn't pay for us
Right.
versus we need housing and we need housing.
Let's take a look. This is a framework for your conversation, maybe in terms of cost benefit analysis, in terms of looking at these things. Because the one thing that occurs to me and what Megan is saying is that each of these exactions adds to the cost of land and therefore to the cost of housing.
Yeah.
And therefore, where's the balance point of creating an opportunity to develop at least some affordable housing? Or are we just pricing that completely out of the market because of all these exactions? That's kind of an interesting policy discussion.
Doug.
I suppose that's the question though, is can we develop a policy in which, if the city can't afford to subsidize all development in this way, or maybe subsidize isn't the right word, but pay for the cost for all of that. It seems it wouldn't be financially possible for us to do that. We cripple ourselves. However, if we are going to spend any money or dedicate it, can we somehow put some conditions of approval that affordable housing or whatever that is, maybe it's not affordable, that's a relative term. Is that's a condition of approval regarding the city, taking a burden of the cost or something like that.
Because to that point, if we exact additional things from a developer and it turns a $750,000 house into an $800,000 house, do I care?
Right, exactly.
My understanding is that if someone came and said, we want to build RAND 2, that we would negotiate as part of annexation. It would be a completely different discussion than I'm going to make single, R1 house.
Yeah, exactly.
Kind of thing.
Yeah.
Except for, as we saw with the one Doug referenced earlier, you don't necessarily know, like they can say, oh, we're gonna do this, but there's no guarantee. But the actual application for development, potentially 2 years later or whatever, does or doesn't follow that.
That's a piece that we really push. For me, is the idea that the annexation typically be tied to a development proposal, both in timeliness, and so we're not speculating. Same with, no different than a zone change request. I want to change the zoning of the property. Well, for what? Does it actually promote this? Same with the annexation when it comes with development, and which is why I resisted it for the last one. It helps put that in perspective of, are you dealing with RAM 2 or are you dealing with McMansions? Because there's a big difference there in the city's interest. And I think the idea that because there is exactions related to McMansions, does the cost necessarily, any savings that the developer has, does it necessarily mean there's savings to the homeowner? Or because this is $1 million market house that there's no savings? And I think there's some logic to, the betterment of the entire community comes with each individual development paying part of their way. The logical extension of this helps all housing, helps all properties. And I think it becomes pretty nuanced, but looking at it in a big picture is important.
That's a really important point. The argument that we make fees causes the housing price to increase is a sort of cost-based price. And I agree with Dustin, that's not what happens. It's a market-based price. It's money the developer doesn't get, doesn't profit. It's not that the price of the house is going to be higher. Grant.
If the extractions are too high, then the house won't get built at all.
Right.
So, just take that into consideration. I had a question for Dustin, regarding the annexation fees and related things associated with it. How long does it take to get back to an applicant with all the fees that are associated in a pre-app meeting? What's the timeline for an applicant to go through that process?
In a pre-app, usually it takes us a month to wrap up all the comments, not just fees, but all engineering related. And the fee part is actually relatively simple because it's just a single formula.
And then next question is, how long does it take to give a developer a number for something that is expected from the city?
Well, typically we don't have a number. Well, it may be zero.
How can a developer develop a property if they don't have a number of an amount of money that they would need to pay the city for the extractions that are expected?
Well, they can come up with the cost of real estate. I think that's up to them to do the pro forma. We don't do the pro forma for them. So typically we can give them a small amount, and the amounts that you're talking about for West Side are low thousands. The developer is the one who builds their pro forma and their project based upon, all right, if I have to improve a street, it's going to cost me this much. That's why they're the developer. It's their burden to do that. Not to leave them in a guessing game, but we have to actually say, listen, we're expecting a half street improvement along this location, and they go back and they figure that out with their engineers.
Sure. For some of that stuff, some of the other costs are costs SDC fees or other annexation fees and other things that are added on beyond those standards, correct?
Yeah, SDC fees are published every year. So
yeah,
anyone who's looking at the fee sheet and they know they got 10 houses, they know how much they have associated day one.
Sure. But my question is, if we're going through and doing these on a piecemeal per developer case by case basis to assess these fees and determine these fees, then without that information from you in a timely manner, I don't think that does anything but increase the value or the cost of any kind of development or annexation or any of the administrative process we go through when we go through this process. So that's why I'm asking how long it takes to go through each individual development.
30 to 60 days.
But understand sometimes the most expensive things that developers really want to know are what improvements am I going to have to construct? Right. Street improvements.
Right. Sure.
And that's a very case specific. And so engineering and public works have to look at, okay, what are the collectors and arterials that serve the site, and how wide is a right of way, and how much pavement is there, and what needs to be brought up to speed, and will it be a whole street or a half street improvement, an extension, where's the nearest sewer main and nearest water main, and these sorts of improvements. That's the expensive stuff. If you're a developer, the fees are nothing compared to the improvements, and like, what are those going to be that I have to build? You need to know that up front, and it's not quick or easy to figure that out, but it is a very case specific, case by case analysis. And some of that, when I get pulled in, it's when they get in the morass of, well, I don't want to pay to improve full half street improvements for this segment of this collector when we don't take access off of it. We take access over here. And so, working with Justin, we have relented on a number of these things, but it's not like you can go to a vending machine and here's my proposal and get an analysis of what it's going to cost.
Sure. Strategically, if we're going through and evaluating all these on a case by case basis, does it not also open the door to have case by case negotiation?
Oh yeah.
Is that fair for everyone?
Yeah, when everyone does it, because they're all different. And again, the fee aspect of annexation is it's almost anecdotal as compared to the public improvement aspect. And that really is going to depend on, the readiness of that site. So If you have a site that's right next to the public street, then you don't do a whole lot of extension. If you have a site that's a mile removed from, there could be a lot of street improvements that, and that talks about, the logicalness and readiness. Is it fair that your site is further away from the water line? I don't know if I'm the one to judge that, but we need a water line. But the fee aspect is really so de minimis as compared to the cost of the public improvements or those exactions. Those are huge. Buildings, I mean, your fee to West Side Fire is really small, or, Ice Fountain is rather, I don't want to call it rounding error, but it's pretty small as compared to what it costs to put in the pipes and the hard infrastructure.
Paper clips cost. Maybe describe
Fair enough on that part.
the most recent case over the water line extension and looping it and how it gets looped. And how much of that is water main versus smaller size piping. That's kind of the most recent battle we had.
Yeah, so at Nature's Vista subdivision, there's a provision in that we negotiated in the annexation agreement that said this water line must be looped. Looped water line has to do with redundancy of water, freshness of water, ability to handle emergency situations where if you use, a fire, that the water system doesn't drop below a pressure where all of a sudden you have a boil order at one end of your neighborhood because your neighbor's house is on fire. Those are things that we think about. And we had an argument between engineering and the developer that they were oversizing the main, that they didn't need to use it. And therefore we were exacting beyond what was allowed by law. They needed a 1-inch water main to their house. All these houses had pressure, and we were concerned that and expressed concern to the developer and had to argue in the record that if they're in a location that if they don't oversize the water main beyond what was basically what they thought was needed, that if there was a fire, that you would end up with a boil order in this whole neighborhood. Or I couldn't say for a fact that you wouldn't. And that was a point of contention that we had based and really locked in our position and our better argument at the time of annexation. Is that kind of fair representation, Dan?
Yeah, the annexation agreement was pretty general, gotta loop it, but like, what does that mean? And we didn't get down to brass tacks until there was a development proposal. And then there was a lot of leveraging and, in all of these cases, these are substantial developments. They're lawyered up. These lawyers know how Nolan and Dolan works. And, it's a much easier conversation for the city to have if it's in the context of the annexation, rather than this one was brass tacks happened in the permit stage where we were stuck with Nolan and Dolan. And this pretty vague annexation condition that said loop it. And so if you're a developer and you're trying to cost what is it going to take to bring this land in and develop it the way I want to, I don't know how they costed this one. But you kind of at some point as a developer, you just kind of get in as cheaply as you can and say, I'll fight about it later at the permit stage. And you don't do that alone. You do that with Stoll Reeves and Perkins Coie.
Do you want to talk a little bit about Nolan and Dolan? Make sure everybody knows.
Everybody understand what Nolan and Dolan is?
Not really.
Okay. Nolan was a case that came out of California where this was their body that controls the access to the ocean for the entire state. Okay, so a new home was proposed. Some master plan had shown an access to the beach that would go adjacent to where this home is. So the property owner was required to dedicate the right of way and build the access to the beach for public access. And the US Supreme Court held that that was unreasonable because it doesn't have any relationship to the impact that that house created. And it created this notion that you can only attach conditions of approval that are directly related to the impact of the proposed land use. Dolan was a case that came out of Tigard, Oregon, which had to do with the dedication of land and construction of a walkway behind an A-deck, or no, an A-boy plumbing supply store. And it's where the concept of rough proportionality comes in, where you can only charge the developer, exact out of the developer, something that's in rough proportionality to the exact impacts. So one said you have to have an impact, and the other said you have to judge that impact by its size. So what it really boils down to is we can't attach conditions of approval unless there's what's called the rational nexus between impact and the proposed exaction and the proposed cost of the development.
And the general application of that rational nexus is if it's off-site, it's not related, it's not caused. If it's an off-site improvement or upgrade that's needed, it's not something that's caused by this development. So on-site is easy, subdivisions have to provide their own streets, sewer, water. But if it's off-site improvements, like how can you blame me for that as a developer? And so you can't, it's very difficult to make developers do off-site improvements.
Right. It's like if you, the traffic signal is needed in a particular street a quarter mile away, and you try to attach to the developer, put it in that traffic signal, you just have to do that.
Which is what we do.
There you go.
We do that.
We do that at annexation, perhaps.
We do it all the time.
Oh, okay, all right.
Well, we established
proportionate.
proportionate share
Proportionate
districts.
share.
Yeah.
That's a very kind of elaborate legislative process where we establish those. But you can see when you're a developer, it's a pre-existing deficiency. I didn't cause it. So I
Right.
can't be,
You can contribute to it, but you can't be held responsible for actually building it.
So where do SDCs fit into the offsite improvements? Because I mean, isn't the whole point of SDC that you're charging new development for the cost of the new street and sidewalk or whatever else is needed? Like, are we not charging enough? Why do we need to be doing both?
That would go to a system-wide improvement. So the idea that the SDC may not necessarily attribute to any piece of the system, it's attributed to the whole system. So if you have a sewer SDC, it can go everywhere from, expanding the number of bugs in the digester to a lift station that could be a half mile away. And in terms of asking enough for SDC, absolutely, you typically do not charge the full amount that you could for SDCs, typically because you're trying to balance some needs. So by assessing the whole amount of a transportation SDC on every individual house that came in, it would, rather than what you do now, it would be a significant individual one-off burden. So you typically lower the fee to try to balance that housing need with that transportation need, and do other approaches that help balance that out. You charge a water fee,
Then we're
has a
just
certain
charging-
amount, has an SDC, doesn't carry the whole burden. The developer does some improvements. There's not one source that does it all. So the SDC doesn't carry the whole burden, it only carries part of it.
I guess I don't understand the logic of you're lowering the SDC to lower the burden for housing costs, but then you're charging what the SDC doesn't make up to the developer anyway.
It'd
So
be, it's because the SDC is house by house. So whether you have to put in, say you build a new house in the middle of May Street that doesn't have any outside extensions, you pay a certain SDC. But if you do a development and create new lots and build 20 new houses on May Street, you not only pay those SDCs, you also have to put in the street extension that gets them there.
The SDC go to serve the greater good of the entire community, not the individual extension. Like the SDC can go to do a arterial street improvement or the signal or those things that are identified in your transportation system plan and on our list of capital improvements that are only major things. They're not relatively minor things. That's what it goes to. And so it's buying in to the existing system. It's a significant way of looking at it. Cost of growth, pace for growth.
Right, because it all demands new capacity.
Yeah. I just passed out to you, something I've got up on the slides as well. Cost and benefit. Let's just walk through this real quickly. Let me explain to you what I have here, because it might help think about your discussion. Property owner initiation, which of course is the way things are done now, and so the benefits of doing that, it brings in developable property, potentially has needed housing, helps extend infrastructure, adds to the tax base, allows conditions of approval mitigating impacts. But we want to point out that's what we're talking about here, that through an annexation you can maybe do more extensive conditions of approval. And if it's coupled with development application, it allows conditions of approval, which can include conditions dealing with affordability. And I want to point out that some jurisdictions around the state are requiring affordability as a condition of approval for like subdivision developments, especially in the Portland metro area, where a certain percentage have to be a certain price point kind of thing. So it is a tool that's available to you. Now, the city initiation, this is the Arthur Babbitt's thing, because this is where he's coming from. And he's coming from a philosophy of saying that we need to do mass annexations because that removes one of the costs to the developer and therefore creates an opportunity for more affordable housing to be created. His primary motivation is to do everything that's necessary in order to build affordable housing in Hood River. So a benefit from that perspective is it removes a barrier of time and money to new development, because the developer would not have to go through this annexation process. Could speed up development of new affordable housing, removes the expense of annexation, and again adds to the tax base, and it helps. Actually, this applies to both of them, which is rectifying the imbalance of housing outside the city limits, taking advantage of city services without providing tax support. Another one that's not on here that I became more aware of yesterday is that there are physical barriers to land that might be developed, meaning there's land outside. Let me just jump back here. But if you have a large subdivision area right here and here, and there's land on the outside of that you might want to bring in, but it is separated by these existing county subdivisions. And so there's this barrier to be able to extend services into those areas, and it's a barrier to annexation for the property owner. And therefore, you kind of have this ring of subdivisions out there with land on the inside that can be developed, land on the outside that can be developed, and the subdivisions stand in the way of the development. These were benefits that I perceived talking to people on both sides of these issues. And then the cost of annexation. Property owner initiation is really no more cost than the planning application. It's often coupled with a planning application. However, if the city was to take on the responsibility of trying to move these large annexations, there's the cost of preparing the annexation petitions and the cost of securing property owner support. There's cost of maintenance of existing infrastructure, potentially bear the cost of infrastructure upgrades, and cannot attach those conditions of approval. These are all things. These are costs that one side of the argument says it's worth these costs in order to create the probability, and I say probability because that's kind of where Arthur's coming from, that it will mitigate the cost of housing. And but it would be really significant if the city took on by policy and by your direction, took on the role of proactively going out and trying to annex property. I know Salem has done this in the East Salem area, which is very similar kind of situation. In fact, about 25,000 people live in unincorporated East Salem. And the city on its own has gone out and tried to do annexations and to get people lined up. They did this for some time and were never very successful at pulling that off, because the property owner goes, well, why should I sign? You know, I get everything I want right now in the circumstance that I have. There isn't any real motivation to me to sign that petition. So these are costs and benefits as I found them. Maybe this will help your conversation, but I do want to bring to the table discussing a little bit about where Arthur's coming from in terms of the question of affordable housing. How does that fit into all of this conversation? Because it sounds like much of what Dustin's talking about is adding to that developer's cost. Of course, the mayor points out it's the market that drives it, but on the other hand, there's a lot of things that go into the market, and one of those is the cost of development itself. And the way it's done today, it actually is pretty expensive. Pretty expensive.
Do we have any evidence that there's developers that want to build middle housing and aren't because of annexation costs?
There's at
I-
least one property that can't get a pathway of consent to annex to a property they would be developing.
Cause it's landlocked, cause it's
Not contiguous.
Too much.
Yeah. There's stuff in between that doesn't have existing consent to annex.
Which one is that? Which one is that?
The IBC over by Stonegate.
They
that's
have-
that green square in the middle.
Staff has gone through and figured out how they could connect through consent to annexations. So we figured out how they could do their piecemeal development and went through that with them. Now, whether they want to or not, that's different. So I could tell you to that one in particular, we've resolved that and got that, how we could bring in pieces to get them connected, especially with the piece coming over from Prospect. So I checked it, check the box.
I mean, but it's been
But
what, 3 or 4 years, so.
Yeah, they have their hands full with their developments now. So, I mean, I got them queued up and with 2 subdivisions that aren't going anywhere already in front of that one. So I think they're busy.
If we remove Hanners from the green, there isn't very much green left.
This is our larger issue.
Has there ever been a conversation or intentional conversation with Hanners around selling?
I
have spoke with Rich
personally
and
have
Linda.
zero interest in us.
What was that, Dustin?
I have spoke with Rich and Linda Hanners on a number of occasions. They are happy growing apples and their heirs are queued up to be that. And one day when it doesn't become lucrative or profitable, or the city encroaches too much, or it becomes too difficult, maybe they convert it. But in the immediate future and maybe even next gen future, the status quo is fine to them. But I think that's a part of the reason why we put that map together, was to put this into context of, we're talking about this in a little bit in a vacuum until you start looking at the math. We have about 600 acres of unincorporated UGB, 338, I think off the top of my head, is already developed. Another 100 of that is right away and undevelopable, which is actually a huge discussion that I think you should have when it comes to already developed property, breaking it down to about 130 acres of undeveloped. Rich is about 70 acres of that. So you're talking about 60 acres in not one piece, but across, down to individual lots. You can see where we've even flagged individual 5,000 square foot lots that are outside. So we're not talking about a huge swath of land, but that is a different situation, that there's not a lot of real estate there. And this is your 25-year supply.
Earlier it was mentioned about the lands that are past development, that's already been developed, how much it would cost to get there. Do we know how much it would cost to annex the already developed neighborhoods that have gone in the past? Around the Mount Adams Loop area, the Stonegate area, those sort of already developed neighborhoods that you can't really do anything more with?
No, I don't think there's been a fiscal impact analysis of what the revenue would be from your new taxes as compared to the cost of fully serving those areas and or improving those roads to public standards. So we have this conversation with ODOT, cost to transfer.
Let me point out, I think you'd have a hard time getting those property owners to sign a petition. Their taxes, I talked to the assessor about this, their taxes would go up about $1.50 a thousand, which isn't insignificant.
Many of these people or their predecessors signed a deed agreement saying that they would come in. Wasn't that what we learned when we were doing that one?
These consents, there are a lot of properties that have that kind of thing signed for them. The thing is, there's a good deal of case law as to what the form actually has to say, and that's changed over time. So I think Kevin has looked into a lot of these properties that have consents signed, recorded with them, and he's concluded that a lot of them are not maybe that legally binding. So that's the first thing you always look for, to see if they've already signed off on annexation.
But that's a lot of work, right? I mean, and there's no state law get out of jail card to just say everyone that's blue is now white on this map.
There's no state law that does that.
That,
When there was.
the reason why I ask is that's going to be a large barrier towards developing any of the properties going forward. Eventually, we're gonna run up against our UGB line and not have any space to go. But technically not be able to necessarily expand it. Because we'll technically still have developable land in the city. That's within our UGB, but quote, not developed, unquote,
Hanners, or you're talking about Stonegate?
all that stuff.
I
Everything.
mean, that's
the-
developed, so it wouldn't
Right.
count in that total.
But I don't know the exact math off the top of my head. But expanding our UGB out eventually, if we need to, we'll have to get past the developed blue properties. And I would imagine to do that, we would have to incorporate them into the math to justify expanding our UGB.
Dustin and Dan, I'm hearing the question being Stonegate. Not in the city, does that count as developed in a UGB expansion argument or not developed?
Already developed. So
Yeah.
when it talks about available land, Stonegate is already, it would count full freight, already being developed.
Thanks.
Hanners, though, to the contrary, Hanners counts as not developed.
Right.
The ag uses.
Once if at some point in the future we expand the UGB, we still have to get past those pieces. And so to get past those, eventually, somebody in the un-UGB area currently would have to have enough property or development in order to go all the way across
Get contiguous.
to get contiguous, yeah.
Assuming we expanded contiguous to those. parts.
Assuming we expanded in a reasonable and logical manner, yes.
Well,
or however-
there's a
however-
reasonable and logical manner. that is-
However we want to carry stem it, yeah.
I don't know how relevant this is, but back in 2016, you guys pretty understand this map where due east of West Side, adjacent to Hanners.
Yeah,
There's a pair of rectangles. One was Mike Kitts and one was some other developer.
Barrel Spring.
We
Barrel
made
Springs.
them find a path. We made them do the paperwork and they found a way to get a path through Bow Edition houses that were on sewer but outside the city. And that's how come we have those two little intrusions into Hanners across Belmont.
And
Because in order to develop, we want you to find your path. And that was successful, but as Grant points out, the blue patch of Stonegate is much longer path than that.
It was successful by splicing the neighborhood and cutting it up into pieces and also annexing the houses twice. Because they each took the same houses and counted them individually
We got the path, yeah.
to get the path. So,
Yeah, I'm sort of sounding like, I'm hearing you say that was a bad thing.
yeah, neighbor or houses in that neighborhood, some of them were annexed twice, some of them were annexed none.
And you think that's bad? Because we made them make a
That-
path, and they made a path.
That's our strategic discussion that we can choose to do or not do. According to the law, it was legal, it was allowed, we allowed it. Do we want to keep allowing that to occur?
So John and Dan, in the Bow Edition area, there's a handful of little green dots, right? Which are, all right. Would we have to do similar things to annex them, or is like we'd have to find a swath of blue houses to pull in?
To make them contiguous.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think our the resolution we adopted in 2016 places the burden on the property owners to find the contiguity pathway, make it work. And there was one, I know that the developer hired a good land use lawyer, a friend of mine, Andrew Stamp, and he did this amazing research project to find all the deed records for all the intervening parcels and what the annexation consents look like, and did they comport with the current requirements, and if they didn't, how close were they? And I think he was the one who put it together. But it's not easy to do. It's doable.
So those little green islands are old properties that have a septic system probably, and they're
No.
not connected.
No, there's little pieces in Bo's addition. So this is a little different nuance to your 2016. If a subdivision was created and it relied upon almost, we call it like a will serve by the city, we'll allow them to hook up. So the little green dots in the Bo's addition, those are not like, those lots were created with the city saying, we will provide you service. There's a sewer line out in front. We will let them connect, because the consequences of not are basically taking all the rights of those property. So if you have a subdivision that was built and the city said, we will serve you with sewer, those become really binding terms and conditions that we have to honor. So some of those little spec lots that are, 5,000 foot icon or enclaves, those will, if developed, will be able to connect into the sewer. There's no way by resolution we could say you don't have to connect. Now we get a consent to annex, and under the current form, we refer to it as a valid consent at the time of hookup, but those would not all of a sudden have to figure out how to annex those micro enclaves.
So they're effectively blue dots.
Yeah, they're in a subdivision that it could only, again, is served by city sewer, and it was built upon essentially the commitment of the city to serve them.
And Adam, we're not plowing up in there, is that right? No, but they get police and fire, basically.
We maintain the storm and sewer infrastructure.
Right.
I'm really pleased with this discussion. I feel like we are surfacing the issues. John, well done putting together these pluses, minuses for the two different plans, and I'm feeling more educated. I still am fascinated by this idea of the reluctant annexee and the enthusiastic annexee, right? Some people are like, hey, I got this great idea. I'm gonna build these houses. I just need the sewer. So come on, how do I annex? And then there are other people saying, no, I don't want to annex. And it's so funny. Those are quite different cases.
Yes, they are.
Humans.
Or sets of circumstances, I guess.
And certainly, from our perspective, if we had a circumstance to where all of a sudden, call it Rand 2, for lack of a better term, showed up in the UGB with a ready developer who all of a sudden couldn't annex, you need to believe that we would quickly be coming to city council saying, we have a resolution here. However, we have your number one priority of affordable housing queued up. We need to come up with a creative solution to address this. We absolutely wouldn't sit there and say, there's a resolution. Good luck, goodbye. We have a little more situational awareness to be nimble on those things. However, they have yet to show up, but I'll let you know when they do.
We're ready.
Right, they haven't shown up yet.
Well, but I mean, I think this is where it gets messy, is there's a lot of need that's between, the Rand 2.0 and the McMansions that are being built now, that we also desperately need in our housing market because we don't have sufficient numbers. And so it is, how do you make space for that? How do we actually get that built?
Is that, and I've been arguing with myself just now, is that annexation issue, or is it a different discussion related to, for any development, there's a affordability piece?
I think, like the conversation we've been having for many, many years, there's no one barrier that's stopping all of this from happening. It's all of these different things put together of, okay, it's, potentially the cost of annexation and the cost of offsite development and SDCs and the market itself, and building costs have gone up, and but like, what part of that can we control? What parts of that can we have an impact on? We've worked on some of those. We're working on other of those. They're in our plan, but like annexation is a piece of that puzzle. it is not the piece,
Right.
because nothing is. But I mean, there's no denying it's clearly caused problems. It's gonna cause a delay to take a bunch of time to go through this process to get annexed. It's gonna cause cost increases because we're putting conditions like, and maybe that's worth it for other reasons for the city, but it is there.
To that point, you know, does the discussion become more about how do we demonstrate to developers that are willing to develop affordable housing that all of those different buckets are somehow not as full for them to absorb costs, right?
Yeah.
Because, yeah, I mean, to Mark's point earlier, you know, do we have examples that where someone said, I can't develop affordable housing because of the annexation costs? Probably not, right? To your point, the whole thing. So to me, it's that's more of the discussion I think that is tied to our goals is how do we look at everything and remove impediments for affordable housing, and if annexation is part of it, great, but it's not the whole thing.
Right.
I think it would be useful, I don't feel confident that I know this, I think it would be useful for our work to have a sense of what is the sort of market rate, obvious price point to develop. Let's say I suddenly have 2 acres of land, but what's the size of the price point of houses that are gonna get built? Like falling off a log, is it gonna be, you know, at the 7, at the 9, at the 1.1, like what's the obvious smart move right now? I hear people say, I can't afford to build small. Like where's that equilibrium falling these days? I think, I don't know.
What
how
are
we
you
find the
seeing
answer.
being built?
What's that?
I mean, what are you seeing being built in town?
So the last thing
Presumably that's the
behind,
falling off the log.
in my neighborhood, there was a pair of townhouses or developed duplex, I can't remember which. And the small one sold for $785, and the big one they moved into. So that was somebody's choice in my neighborhood.
And then right by me, you have the missing middle, the 4 little houses that went on the big lot, and those are going for like 700 plus each.
Oh, my God.
And I feel like there was a little bit of mission in that. There was a little bit of trying to do a missing middle thing.
Yeah, sure.
No, it
sure.
was very much, I'm making as much money as I can.
Okay.
They use the missing middle code,
But
They use the code to do it.
yeah,
Oh, yeah.
for the density and the.
Rock on, density is still something we.
Yeah,
need,
yeah,
but
yeah, but it's not
it was-
affordable.
This was not someone aiming to, you know, do a Mike Kitts round 3 or anything.
No.
If you have 2 blank acres, you're going to have more things that look like the Tanner property out on the west side. And across Vista Spring, the new ones where it's just,
Nature's Vista.
yeah, where it's just as small of a footprint as you can get for a dwelling, and as small of,
You mean for lot size?
yeah,
Uh-huh.
as well as small as you can get in terms of space allocated for parking vehicles, whatever additional services are required for a dwelling unit.
And what's the price on those would you get?
$650 right now.
So I guess thank you, this is what I was like, we're gonna get 650s.
If we had unlimited land, sure.
So we're talking, if we subtract costs from the developer's pro forma by making it easy, they're gonna be 650, and he's gonna make another $12,000 or something like that, right? It's not gonna, oh, but I'll sell it for 648, like, that's not gonna happen.
I mean, yeah, I don't think that's a guarantee, just because what the limited number of things, because there's 2 things on the market at a time at this point. Are going for 650 doesn't mean if you had 12 on the market, they're going for 650.
So that argument, we make it easier, the price does go down.
I mean, this is our assumption with everything we've been doing to increase. Just housing starts in general has been based on, we don't have enough. Limited supply is increasing costs.
We bring more supply on the market, the housing prices will go down. If we make units more accessible, smaller, more of them in tighter areas, so people aren't paying for as big of a space, they will be less expensive.
Indoor space or outdoor space, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Both.
If you take less space per unit, that's less space that somebody has to buy and use per unit, including parking, roads, pathways, green spaces, permeable surfaces, all of it.
So I'm sorry to belabor this, but so that's now talking about outdoors, the lot size, not the house size.
All of it.
So that, I mean, like missing middle where it was under 800 or under 1100 or whatever it was, if it has a garage. I don't remember the number, is also talking about indoor space, so smaller houses should generally be on the market for less money.
At present, just anecdotally, things don't seem to be flying off the shelf at the rates that they're going for with the mortgage rates the way they are right now. Things have slowed down a little bit for what's out there.
I
And
think
a lot of what's out there is extremely expensive and no one can afford it. And no one would. It's not a good business decision either for anybody that's like, just buying property. So things are kind of slowed down for it.
Dustin?
I think from part of what we see too is, this is a bit of kind of policy equity conversation of where we put more emphasis into trying to encourage smaller, more approachable prices and units. And, for us, we, even you invest funds, time and money into lower sections of the market to try to promote that. The Urban Renewal Agency was willing to loan funds to get apartments. We've been willing to be a land owner and partner in capital A affordable housing. I think when it comes to the annexation question too, it also provides an opportunity to say, all right, are you going to annex to build these small units? Are you going to bring in missing middle? Because that came into my optics when Nature's Vista came in, is they had showed a preliminary plan that they were going to be able to peel off 2 cottage housing developments that brought in this less approachable market type, and it provided a greater interest in your policies to say, okay, this serves the city's interest because we can see from the front end that they're representing that they're going to deliver a product that is not just highest and best use or most expensive. This does provide an opportunity for you to pick and choose what, where your priorities are. Somebody comes in and they have affordable housing, you could be more ambitious with it as compared to if you annex in a C2 zone. It could be mini storage just as much as it can be affordable housing, and you're not going to have a choice in that matter. But if you choose at the annexation time to say, you who are going to do the multifamily, you're high on our interest and you're going to encourage a need compared to you as mini storage, you can wait. That does provide an opportunity for you to lawfully set and exercise your priorities.
It comes down to what degree does the city want to proactively interfere in the market?
Right.
That's what it comes down to. Because just allowing the market to operate, that prices are going to be up high. We know that. So what can you do? You very well may not be able to incent it, but you might have to regulate it. And annexation agreements are one place where that can happen. Or establish as a code that 25% of all housing has to be made available at X price point or something like that, which is what Beaverton and a few other cities have done. That's inclusionary zoning, exactly.
Some pieces.
Yeah, and I think, we have a focus on housing. However, some of this real estate is not residentially zoned, or it's not guaranteed to be residential. One of the largest parcels that shows up on here, in our past, we had a Walmart discussion. That was a Walmart site. And so, having the ability to choose your own destiny and influence the direction of how things are developed in what order definitely has been of the interest of the city in the past.
Chris?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think that my concern on conversations of mass annexation is the unintended consequences, right? That, so just by and large, developers are smarter than governments, right? Because it's their business, right? And so, and at the end of the day, you're not gonna annex the profit motive, right, out of profit.
Right.
And so the unintended consequence is that you sort of, benefit the landowners by increasing properties that, right, the land that to a certain extent in development, certain things are fixed, right? A profit margin, your dollar per square foot development, right? And so the thing that and the market price of the house, right? And at the end of the day, the thing that moves the most is the land. And so I don't see, that's why things like inclusionary housing ordinances where it restricts what can be developed, right? That is something that's a little bit more permanent because that accrues to sort of what the ultimate sort of land price can be. Ram Road demonstrates that even land at zero, right? Land at $0 is still not enough to develop that type of property. So when I look at this and when I talked to Dustin about is how does the city best provide for affordable land, right? And does that come from land banking, right? You know, sort of making property acquisitions. Does that come from zoning ordinances, right? So how do you create affordable land? Because that sort of begets affordable development.
Chris, I want to get this point, it's really interesting. What I heard you saying is mass annexation. I understand the point about it's gonna make the Stonegate homeowner grumpy because they've been paying low taxes, that's great. But if we were to mass annex the undeveloped parcels, suddenly there would be an advantage that would accrue to that developer because now they would be in a more favorable position to create a profitable project.
I mean, yes, right? I mean, potentially, but I would argue yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think to jump on Chris's point and what we talked about is land that has access to sewer and is ready for development is more expensive than land that doesn't have entitlement rights and no access to utilities in. So from the city's vantage point, if you want to land bank, which is one of your adopted strategies, it's better to land bank when it's cheaper than when it's expensive.
So that would be land bank and then mass annex.
Or you annex the pieces that you bank.
Sure.
Or you value, that's a way that you value add as well. You want to add value to property, developers want value add, annexation happens.
Thank you.
John, I want to check back and make sure that you finished the piece about Arthur's point of view and the pros for large.
Okay, let me just summarize where he's coming from is mass annexation does two things. One is it reduces development costs because the process of annexation is taken care of for the developer. And second is that it can make land more readily available, especially that land that is isolated by bringing that in as part of a larger annexation process. One of the things by doing a mass annexation is you're being adjacent or abutting against existing city can go a lot farther because you can mass annex a huge amount of land and still be adjacent to the city at least one point. That's all you need. And he's coming at it from the perspective of doing everything possible to lower the price of housing and by lowering the cost of development. That's his argument, and that's why they're asking for a meeting with you to talk about that. Because I know that he's pushing that as a matter of public policy and is hoping to be able to influence you to come around to that thinking. So part of the reason we're here today is to talk about you coming to some consensus or at least some understanding of what you want to say in a joint meeting with the county.
Chris.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I guess my question about that, and we're not going to answer, but I guess my question is that is it lowering the cost of development through a cost shift? Right, and the idea being is that the cost of development are what they are, right? But it's a question of what costs are being borne by the developer and what costs are being borne by the city, right? Because I again I go back to sort of the development economics are what they are, right? It's sort of who's bearing what cost, right? And if at the end of the day, how is the city subsidizing development? Right? Is it subsidized development through taking these annexation costs? Or is it subsidizing development in some other manner? Right. So I don't know. I guess where I just get skeptical about is just when you're talking about lowering the development costs, that's on the developer side, right? I think that those what's not being discussed are those costs that are being taken over by the city.
I do think within that, you know, for the individual property the developer wants to develop, you know, yes, I think Chris's point is correct. We do have this thing for a lot of these properties where you've got basically the mess we, predecessors of us helped create that. I think there is an argument of like, that's not the cost of development, that's the cost of fixing a mistake. And it's great if we can cost share or do something, but at some point, like. None of us here today did that, but like, here we are.
Right.
With multiple decades of development that are just there. And so I think there is something like that has created an extra barrier beyond just annexation itself and the policies we have and the costs we put on people. There is this extra barrier of a literal physical barrier for a number of properties. Or a logistical legal barrier. I mean, it's not a wall, but
And mass annexation would cure that.
potentially. I mean, well, certainly would cure that, but or I think even a targeted annexation, if you wanted to say, okay, we don't have the time and resources to do everything, but. We can see there's properties that have, 15 to 25 things that we need to find a line through. That's probably not gonna happen. Or is it that, property's responsibility to pay for?
Doesn't that mean that the city will then own putting in sewer lines and roads
But
and stuff?
presumably with roads and sewer already there, I agree they're insufficient, but.
I mean, I was thinking of, Steven built something at the top of 27th or 26th or something in there. And it was one of the things that had been let onto the sewer a million years ago. And it was like this wimpy little sewer line. It said like, okay, you can build that one house, but you gotta update the sewer for half a mile or something like that. So if we did a mass annexation, I'm worried that all of a sudden we're gonna have liabilities all over the place that
How so?
Yeah, help me understand that.
Because we wouldn't have someone to pay for the sewer line to their new property, right? Because it's offsite and that's Nolan Dolan, that's my understanding. So that it's basically saying the city would have to build infrastructure up to these new green boxes.
When you have the money to do that.
Right.
Which might not be for decades.
So that's actually a hindrance to development.
We would suddenly own a bunch of substandard infrastructure. That's what I'm hearing Mark say.
That's my worry or question.
But a property owner, if they're on the hook for it, you think they're going to develop it? Ever? You think they would ever come to the city and say,
Exactly.
oh yeah, annex my property, I'll pay for it?
Well, I think that's what they're doing and.
Are they?
Well, we do annexations multiple times a year, so yes. It's sort of when, it's a scale, so when when that cost is worth it for them, they're coming in and asking us to annex, and if. We're not saying we want you to annex, so we'll put in that infrastructure, so it's sort of just waiting until something that's.
You could update your public facility master plans and the system development charges. And absorb some of those upfront costs and repay them through future SDCs. Because it's a chicken and egg thing, by doing the sewer line, you therefore encourage the development of that area.
Mhm.
And then it's repaid through the SDCs that come subsequently from that.
And
That'd be a big lift.
And we do have the urban renewal district for this type of cost.
Okay.
The West Side Urban Renewal is a
Yeah.
great source of money for transportation
And sewer lines and mains.
Right.
Yep, and that's, the sewer lines, roads and land banking is the three
Stormwater,
things.
storm.
Yeah.
and.
West Side Plan, we talked really specifically about roads with the expectation that sewer rates and SDCs. That ratepayers and SDC would pay for those other pieces of infrastructure. That's built into your assumptions.
It's true that a few of these green boxes are in the West Side Plan.
Good question.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't bring a West Side map. Mhm.
You could consider anything from Rand Road to Stonegate 400 acres plus or
Right.
minus.
So there's two biggish ones, right?
I'm sorry.
There's I see two big green boxes to the east of Rand. One is the half of the Walmart property.
West of Rand,
Yeah.
I don't see east of Rand.
west
West of Rand.
west of Rand,
Oh, yeah.
near Frankton.
And
Yeah,
then.
thank you. Thank you.
This way, this way.
I did be frank, not right.
But West Side doesn't go up to Hanners, does it? Or
No.
down?
No, as far south, it doesn't go as far south as the capture all Hanners.
Okay.
Stops at May.
No, yeah, closer to May.
It's surprisingly invisible on this map to me.
Yeah.
Because it's in the city. That little
Where's Jackson?
That little piece of blue right next to Hanners to the
Yes.
north there, May is right at the tip of
The
that.
tip of that, thank you, that's the north tip. So there's the fire hall, okay, got it.
So the green box is over near Frankton.
Yeah.
And some of that is in the west side area.
And we captured a couple of those pieces because we believe that they had some development potential and interest, hence why they stayed in the West Side plan. Van Haberback is the piece that is north of Stonegate, and then the Frankton piece that was the former Walmart site. Half of it is excluded, as we marked out as likely undevelopable due to stormwater and floodplain issues, and the other half it's potentially developable.
You're doing?
Yeah.
All right,
So-
I'm thinking about the big picture, where are we?
It's a good question. Where are we? We've, you kicked around a lot. I don't hear a big consensus coming around, other than there doesn't seem to be a lot of interest in wholesale annexation as a policy and program of the city. Is that fair to say?
Yeah,
Well, I don't know that we were having that level of conversation yet. Can I ask a really crazy question? Could the county do an LID to get the existing development built to current city standards or something sufficient before we annex? Or is that like not cool? Or illegal?
I think that would be up to the county to work on whether they were politically interested in doing that and whether they could garner the support to do it. So in terms of cost to transfer those 390 acres, I would be interested in knowing that answer. I don't think it's an answer that can be known from this table, but I like the idea of having that. But I think they would have to sell it to the voters. They would have to have the political will to say, prior to annexation, we would assume the cost to bring all these things up to city standards or up to some standard.
Okay,
Because LID revenue comes from like the resident, right? Like the local folks there put money in.
right.
It's a property tax.
That seems,
a levy
that seems like unlikely to be successful to me.
Also, I think we can't do an LID outside our jurisdiction.
Well, that's right.
Yeah, it's county.
I'm aware, we can't decide that, but so there's, because I agree with Mark on there's a bunch of the existing stuff does not have sufficient infrastructure that I would want to suddenly take on responsibility for. And so it's the thing of like, okay, what are options for resolving that before we would take responsibility? And I don't know a lot of them, but that's an option.
Well, in terms of working things through with the county to have a cohesive strategy, it's worth putting that on the table.
I think to get there, you would be needing to do some sort of fiscal impact analysis as well as analysis of the infrastructure, which is definitely a project in its own right, to go out and say, what are the conditions? How many lane miles of street do you have? How many of them are built to some standard? How many of them are, Avalon to Avalon to Avalon that have no base?
If we ever get those, can we rename them?
Yeah.
It would be your responsibility to resolve that at that point. But I think to just do a report saying, okay, here's the net cost benefit of taking ownership of this, call it 300 residences, the revenue that they would generate, and the load and or increase to fix the streets and to serve the area. That is a project in itself to evaluate.
So there's a question of, are there questions that you would like to have answered before moving forward with this, which gets back to doing the kind of study that Dustin's talking about.
If I understand Council Megan correctly, the question she had is more fiscal load sharing or cost split between city and county potentially.
I don't know if I've gotten
To
that
bring
far.
the roads up to standard and that sort of
I
thing.
think there's, yeah, I guess, I don't know if it's sharing or,
They would-
gosh, you built
Yeah.
it bad. Can you
Yeah.
make it better?
Did they build it bad to our standard or their standard? We have different standards.
That's right.
Right, so they
So-
set a rural standard.
So us as a governing body, as a public service body, are we unwilling to build these things for public use unless they are up to our standard?
I mean, I think, and it depends on the thing, because there's some where it's like, some of your stormwater just outright doesn't work. So I don't think that's rural standard versus urban. That's just, it's bad.
Assuming we reach an IGA with the county to meet some defined standards, some deliverables that would appease that the
course.
fiscal concern
I think that,
of responsibility.
if I may, I think that might also speak to your criteria, right? If it's like, what's the financial impact of this? Is this a full benefit to the community as a whole? You need to run like, what is Frankton Street worth or Frankton Road worth to the city? It's it's road in terrible shape. But we might say, gosh, it's worth it for us to take it and to upgrade it. And so I
Right.
think John had a good slide early on about what is our criteria.
Right.
So I think that those are useful.
In order to gain access to some land that might be really helpful to fulfill our goals, are we willing to own a bunch of low quality infrastructure?
Yeah.
Or split costs to bring that infrastructure up the standards we want it to be. Because we are already talking about using urban renewal funds on the west side to build an entirely new road from Wine Country up to May and then beyond potentially.
Right.
So if a road's already there, do we want to maybe explore sharing those costs instead, unlocking the same kind of area
Unlocking is a good word.
for development?
If I can just, for a moment, for logistics, Jen has gone to pick up lunch, so she'll be back in a couple minutes. Maybe it's time, we've been going for 2 hours.
Right.
Maybe it's time to take a quick break and, John, maybe you've got some things you want us to be thinking about, like when we come back. We can either have lunch here and continue the conversation, or we can also take a break and folks can take their lunch anywhere in the building. But maybe we have some idea of what we want to focus on when we come back.
Wow, she just put me on the spot.
I did. I have thoughts on that.
Okay, please.
One is, I think I heard you say, what questions do we still have that we need to answer? And some of that, I've told most of you that I think one of our conclusions today will be more research is needed.
Right.
Yeah.
What are those things that we want to research? What are the things that we want to study? And then the other is, as we've been talking, I've been taking a list of, here's some action items I've kind of heard. And maybe we take a little bit of a temperature of like, maybe that's one that's worth investigating, take that one off the table right away.
Those are really good.
So,
Thank you.
those are my
Chris.
thoughts.
Yeah, I just, among those items, but I just wanted to follow up the list, because this idea of a county initiated LID. I'd like to understand that better, because I think that's a very, very.
It's finance director.
It's one vehicle in which costs could be split to meet certain standards. I'm just gonna share an opinion. If we're not here to serve the community, build roads, put pipes in the ground, police, fire, etc., what are we doing? Like, why are we even bothering with this? So if we're not willing to take responsibility for this sort of thing, why are we even messing with this? Why don't we just wash our hands of the whole thing? Let developers do what they do and walk away from it.
I don't
My
get what
answer-
you're saying. We're not willing to do
If
it.
we're not willing to take on coming to some kind of agreement to build the roads, put the pipes in the ground, take on some kind of responsibility in creating the community and building the community, why don't we just wash our hands of the whole thing and let developers choose which parcels come in, when they come in, as we've been doing, And
No, I guess where are you, who said we're not willing to do that, or where are you reading that from?
we haven't talked about it. That's why I said it was my opinion.
Well, I know, I just don't understand.
If we're not, if we're not willing to fiscally tackle these things, take these things on.
If the city's not going to put its.
There has to be
Yeah.
a change, there has to be a change.
Yeah.
There has to be a change.
If we're not willing to do these things, take responsibility for them.
Mhm.
If we're willing to just continue to push all of this annexation discussion off on developers to initiate it, develop it, do it, then what are we doing here?
Yeah, that's an
We're
easy
gonna have
answer
the
right
same
there.
outcome.
I'd say it's working. I mean, West Side Trail would not be possible if we weren't on a per annexation basis, setting aside that little strip of land.
Sure.
And then we would all be poorer for it at the end of the day.
I think we can do both. We don't necessarily have to we don't necessarily have to do just a broad swath in areas that we still need to put in things we need for the community. We know where those things generally are. But we don't necessarily have to just
Cleaning stuff.
take our hands off the wheel and just say, oh, go ahead, do your thing. And end up with funky little lines on the west side of town.
It's an at what price question to me.
Yeah, exactly. Sure.
And I would say it's a lot, some of this is the structure of Oregon tax law, right? I mean, our property taxes are very they're very set. And we therefore don't have a lot of property tax to support development, and that's why we use exaction and as fees, other ways to develop this, and that's a policy choice that's been made at the state level, and then how we implement that at the city level.
Chris?
Yeah, I mean, I think. There is the economic reality of what can the city afford as far as,
Yeah.
Financing infrastructure.
Mhm.
I mean, I agree with the premise, right? The city is here to provide, the core infrastructure.
Mhm.
What I've talked to Will about and Dustin, sort of inside conversations is making strategic decisions as far as where those infrastructure investments are. Sort of what investments can the city make with regards to roads, sewer, right? That is either opening a gateway for developable land, right? Or having the largest impact as far as supporting that land, right? So I think, again, that's the other issue is on a mass annexation, you lose control of that a little bit, right? Because you're now a sort of a larger area. It's not necessarily strategic, it's just area, right? So again, that's just that's why I like the idea of the LID, because that's another source of contribution. You can go back and forth as far as what the overall sort of cost of development is going to be and who's going to pick up what, but at least you've identified another source. So I don't disagree with the premise at all. I just think it's more of the execution.
And it's all to the end of encouraging affordable housing. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Yeah, which brings me to this point.
One of them, yes.
City initiation, we talked about Salem earlier. I see words like potentially speeds up development for new affordable housing, potentially.
Potentially, right.
Removing the expense of annexation may encourage lower home prices. Where has that ever been demonstrated? Anywhere?
Prices are market.
No, so what I'm saying is,
We use those same words for every other
Yep.
affordable housing.
no, I get it, but can we look to an example where mass annexation has removed enough impediments
No,
to encourage affordable housing?
How many other
Not
cities
by
have
itself.
created this stupid moat of development that isn't annexed in already?
yeah.
Sure,
Yeah,
yeah,
it's like
that's a fair
saying,
question too.
Aloha, and there are a number of places that are like that, but I don't think there's anybody that's ever tested this.
Yeah, and as you mentioned earlier, that it's not just annexation that will lead to it. There's a number of factors
Right,
that will lead to more housing affordability.
so if we want to be spending the money that we do have, to your point, for the greater good of the public, and it aligns to what we're trying to build, which is affordable housing, if we're spending money on that, annexation is a piece of the puzzle. I don't see how mass annexation helps that. It's more annexation, SDCs, blah, 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 for someone to develop something affordable.
And that reminds me that, you know, some of our project pieces include a review of the development code, you know, where are there barriers there that we can address? And then. Yeah, that was, I had another one, I lost it.
And that's
You know, what are the other pieces in our
That
FTT
time-
rate study this year?
that time that it's gonna take to research some of these other components too. I mean, that's something that we have to think about as well.
I get, but so where are the things in between mass annexation continue what we've been doing for the last few years is can we streamline our policy and implementation of annexation? Because it turns out we're way more complicated than everyone else, and I didn't know that. Are there strategic places where we can say, oh, we really want to make sure we're opening up this area that's somehow been blocked and prioritize that? Or yeah, can we start with a longer term conversation of maybe we can fix some of the insufficient or non-existent infrastructure in places that need to be addressed before we're comfortable putting that burden on the rest of the city taxpayer? But I think there's I don't think we're gonna end up on these two extremes. Maybe I'm wrong. What are targeted things to get to the point of our goal is more housing, more affordable housing? What can help push that? Keeping it in ranking and in priority with other things that are taking staff time and energy and our money, including other housing projects that are on our list. And so where does this fit into all that?
And I think what we're really talking about here with staff time is staff going out and being able to find triple majority. Right, because there's no basis for us to do any annexation beyond, an island and a health hazard. Right, so staff time is going out and finding triple majority. How do we ensure that the time that they're spending finding triple majority, there is some sort of criteria that they have to be able to say, well, this could result in affordable housing because XXXX that comes after this. Is this worth us looking at,
Right.
versus just blindly looking for anything that's triple majority?
I mean,
That's what we're talking
really
about.
just the green, right? Because blue is developed.
Yep.
Well, presumably orange as well. Yeah, we don't have that much land. We need to be doing the partially developed.
I don't.
I have a follow-up question around the health component, like there has to be a health hazard, right? So for example, affordable housing or just housing in general comes up on the community health needs assessment, right? Your last point or your example was really around water, right? So can we be more broad around what health means, or is it very specific?
No one's ever tested that.
Okay,
No, it's, in fact, if you actually read the statute on health hazard, it definitely gets to water quality. It's fine.
because it's a need in the entire region, right? So talking about how do we get more buckets of money? Is there are insurance companies, for example, that once you meet specific quality incentive measures of a specific population, you're gonna get money for getting a good report card and getting healthier people.
Sure.
And then maybe those dollars are then used towards specific health needs, which in this case would be housing.
That's great in theory.
Yeah.
You know,
I find the OHA is using Medicare dollars for housing.
So
And
that's
air
a
conditioning.
possibility.
Then we can loop in those CCO partners, hey, you're gonna have $1 million for your QIMS. That can go into housing, and I'm certain that if we worked with those companies, that they would be more than happy because it is impacting the health of their insurance folks or their people. So water, yeah, I guess you already gave me an answer that it hasn't been that it is broad and hasn't been very specific around what is health needs mean.
A point I haven't heard, I want to make sure it doesn't get missed is I'm concerned as we're trying to figure out how to unlock parcels. I'm concerned that we don't have enough rules in place that prevent the unlocked parcels from just going market rate McMansion. We unlock it and we're like, yeah, it's gonna be not RAND 2.0, but some missing middle, and then maybe it just is.
I think we should assume it's not gonna be unless
Right.
we
Unless
play an
you-
active.
Very specific X amount or X percent
You
is
need to
dedicated.
interfere with the market, I think, to get what you want.
I mean, I've been thinking land purchasing
Yeah,
land
right.
is the only sure way
There are ways
to.
that we can do that.
Or changing
Or
our
a
zoning
a
code,
tool in our toolkit. Yeah.
minimum densities
Yeah.
and other things we haven't gotten into.
Yeah. Have we thought this through and I haven't, has anyone else thought this, is that something that fits in, could that be a West Side Urban Renewal District project, land banking? Could that fit under that
It
housing?
is already in.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's part of the West Side plan.
For parks and housing.
Yep.
Parks and Housing, right, yeah.
But also to your point, what about zoning?
Yeah,
I mean, that's in there
Zoning's
too,
huge.
right? So,
yeah,
yeah,
yeah, absolutely.
more density.
Maybe you could set a maximum lot size.
But that's
Something like that.
sort of middle, I mean, we could zone it all as middle housing.
But
But
you can do zoning that mandates more
Affordability.
density than
Yeah.
we're doing, or,
Right.
I mean, I'm sure you can do some, I don't know enough about affordability, but right now we've got, R3 can be built really dense, but there's nothing stopping you from building a McMansion,
From that, yeah.
one McMansion.
Dustin, are you still with us?
mansion town, so we don't have a minimum.
Can you talk a little bit about this totally different idea of maximum lot size, minimum density, which is not how zoning ever has been imagined.
You have minimum density already in your C2 zones. So if you're gonna do, it's one of the zones that you have that says, if you're gonna build residential in the commercial 2, it's a minimum of 11 units per acre. That was thought out in order to balance out, if you're gonna sacrifice some of your economic opportunities land, that it's done so at not McMansion scale, it's done with housing size. There's plenty of places that have a minimum density standard when it comes to certain zones. On its face, it's simple. It can become complicated in other ways, especially when you have zones that have been built and all of a sudden you convert, say for R3, for example, and this was discussed as, say R3 all of a sudden became off limits to single family dwellings, that it had to be multifamily. That's on its face, it works, you know what you're gonna get. However, I don't know if anyone's thought through the complications of converting multiple sections of your existing city into non-conforming uses.
Right.
And that's the reality of some of those things happening that make this worthy of thoughtful discussions of complications. Because I've worked in a city that rezoned a whole section to commercial, and every house in that section became non-conforming, and it cost a bunch of people mortgages and refis. So being mindful of those unanticipated consequences just becomes worthwhile discussion. Can you convert your code to increase density and mandate minimum density standards? Absolutely. Is there a million ways to do it? Absolutely.
Thank you.
Dustin, where does that have to do? Is it related to the code rehaul that we're starting, or this is more just pure policy?
I guess that's just policy. I mean, just general policy discussion, not having to do with. I mean, always think about it in text of our code, but it's just a policy discussion on how you want to do land development. However, when it comes to annexation, you can mandate those things. This is where we want to come in. You're going to do 10 units an acre. We're not going to accept not. But however, if you're in, baseline code applies. No, your opportunity is gone for that discussion.
But you can't say that now. You don't have the policy and code to empower you to say that if you want in, it's 10 units per acre plus.
You can, on annexation agreement.
You're back.
I mean, most of the big open space is in white on the map, right? I mean, if we take out Hanners and these unresolvable pieces of green, there isn't very much green or orange left. I mean, I think we need to just think up a lot. If housing is really the thing, I don't think it's the unannexed stuff is the big problem. I think it's just our general incentives for building affordable housing types.
You mean tear downs or open space, Mark?
stuff that's in the city. But, you know, if you look at, you know, just north of May as you go out, that's mostly.
already annexed.
It is, yeah, mostly already annexed and mostly open, right?
Okay, back to the big picture. Where are we?
Will has got a hand.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Will. Thanks.
I just want to contribute to a little bit of just grounding in the 2022 affordable housing strategy. And kind of the strategies that have already been put in place that we're chunking through, not lose track of. The West Side Plan was a funding mechanism to land bank for affordable housing at like 80% below. Then there's also construction incentives to look at that 80 to 120%. Looking at what would be the strategic dollars that could be put in place to kind of make it ambivalent between making that high density missing middle versus the big mansions. So that's very much on the table and in process. We're going to start that work in January. And then also to Mark's point, that the area in which that work can be funded will be focused. On the west side has 142 acres, it's not developed, and 96 acres that's underdeveloped, and most of that being already within the city.
Right. It's a good point. There's a lot more land than what we're seeing on this map. Right. Should we take a lunch break and then ponder these things, like what questions need answers? Action items for now. Those are the two big things that Abigail brought up, and those are good. And we can then take a short break, finish that up, and come to some closure of today's conversation.
Sound good, everybody?
Sounds good.
Thanks, John. Do it. Gavel, 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 gavel.
Right.
We're gonna resume. Thank you, John. Anything to finish out this part before we go on to an Abigail part?
Only if people have questions that they haven't asked and haven't gotten an answer to. Anything?
I have a suggestion. If this is a map that we're gonna bring to the county city meeting. I would suggest that Hannah's be a different color. And that all the little green dots inside the blue. Be. Reflect reality. What are we really talking about annexing or not annexing? And if we could, I mean, I think that if that's 50 acres, then we should. Say, what are we really talking about versus incentives for housing that maybe is what we should be really talking about.
How's that feel? Getting head nods on that idea?
Yeah, sure.
The question I had is if we're gonna be talking about the same thing, what would the liability be of taking on these parcels that we haven't taken on historically? If we're talking about a fiscal liability to bring roads up to standards and do whatever else we need to do. What does that look like? How much reasonably that actually going to cost?
I'm going to answer that right now from my knowledge, and that is you take on no liability. Any more than you would for properties inside the city limits today that have substandard streets.
Yep.
You're just not assuming that.
If we were to do a broad annexation strategy, how much would it take to bring all of those roads more or less up to city standard?
Wow.
I know.
Is that something like we need to answer before we meet with the county, or
No.
that's just something that we wanna
It's
bring up to the
Yeah,
county?
we want to understand.
Something I would be more interested in understanding more about.
Okay.
I appreciate the point, like, it is a little bit of a policy shift to decide. We're gonna now have a higher percentage of our roads that don't look like Main Street and 13th. Like, we're now gonna be a little bit in the shabby road business to a greater extent than we are now. That's a change. All right, others?
Okay.
Cool. Abigail?
You want to move on to this or?
Yeah.
Okay. Great. Well, thank you all. It was a really interesting conversation. The second part, we won't spend very much time on it, was just a review of the
Oh, sorry.
Oh,
council
sorry.
work plan.
I didn't realize we were like totally done.
Oh, I'm sorry. I felt like okay, go ahead. Megan.
Keep going.
I guess it's more a question for everyone of like, what do we need to do, or what are we hoping to bring to a city county meeting, which was their actual request, versus what would we want to do or dive into and spend staff time and energy on to answer like broader questions or actually make a policy choice?
Yeah.
What?
So I guess the question is, do you feel prepared to go into a conversation with the county?
No.
What's it gonna take to have you be prepared?
Well, I mean, I feel a lot more prepared. I want to understand their perspective. I've understood to a point Arthur's perspective. But I want to understand their thinking on this. I want to understand that they've done due diligence as well, and what the benefit analysis has been on their side. You know, I think that's what I'm missing now. It's just mostly from them.
Agreed.
Yeah.
I thought that part of their reason was that it's a pain in the tuchus to manage the UGA area using city rules, which is the IGA. But my understanding from this morning's talk, that's all related to the blue stuff, and that's effectively moot anyway, so.
Yeah, I did not hear that from
You didn't?
either of
Okay.
the commissioners I spoke to.
I think Eric would certainly say that.
I think he was part of your conversation. Their planning director, was he part of your conversation? Oh, okay. Thought he was.
I think when we were there for Westside, when this came up, he
Mhm.
certainly was pro
Okay.
getting rid of it.
Mhm.
So we're gonna go to this meeting, let's say, go to this meeting and hear their perspective and what they want and why. Who's gonna chair that meeting? Like,
I mean, because I think we all have some different opinions, although a lot of similar questions and concerns. Like, are we cool going to a meeting and saying, here's a variety of questions and concerns versus here
Yeah.
is council's decision
Right.
Or philosophy.
or whatever, yeah,
Mhm.
and which, I mean, admittedly, questions and concerns is much more, we're having a conversation versus we're telling you what we didn't do.
I don't think we're ready to go into that meeting with a unified.
Oh, I don't think we are at all, but it's like, we don't often have these joint meetings with
Right.
another body, like. And it can sometimes be hard at those to say, okay, here's my personal opinion, because we as council don't have. A formal whatever, and so, 7 of us are kind of all saying. Some things that align and some things that might be very different between some of us. And that can be fine.
Is this a big enough topic to be a meeting of its own, or do we throw in Justice Center and and other
Yes.
city county
Yes.
things, or does that just make it too messy and big?
We don't do these very often.
And my gut is to put more stuff on the plate, but
Well,
How much stuff can we handle at one time?
Maybe 2 items, this one and a justice center.
Well, I think this naturally extends into a larger housing
Yeah.
Yeah.
collaboration.
Right. maybe
Just
one
the
of-
center does feel like it's a complete shift. Although it
Agreed,
is a
yeah.
valid one we should discuss. So,
How much time
Two
do
separate.
you guys spend thinking about the Odell growth boundary, whatever it's actually correctly called? Something I think about.
Unincorporated area,
Yeah.
Yeah.
very little.
very little. Oh, what else?
Because that's something they have control over that would impact our housing discussion.
Mm-hmm. Right, and they're just starting on that,
Mhm.
because they were gonna do Parkdale first.
Okay, so I think we're about ready to go into a meeting with them with our opinions and hear their opinions and have some discussion.
I think it's constructive because it demonstrates that we are not going to fully make up our minds and have our discussion and unify our opinion until we've heard them out
Right,
fully,
Okay, yeah.
right? So.
you're gonna have my written report summarizing today, so hopefully that'll help you just kind of frame up where you are. Which is gonna be, we're not,
We're not
we're not
anymore.
there, and questions, need to understand more.
Okay, and I can, just to, for your mind, and John will, of course, summarize all of these pieces. Oh, Dustin just sent me a note saying, we have an annexation policy, do we still support it? So that could be one piece that we look at in the future, is, John walked us through a bit of the annexation policy. We heard that it's a little bit more complete, maybe that's the right word, than other cities, and I heard Megan say that was new information for you. So that might be one conversation we might want to have, I don't know, either before the county or after we talk to the county, but that could be an action item out of that.
That sounds like a separate question just for us.
Mhm.
Can you send us those slides? That you presented, Ryan?
Sure.
That would be helpful.
Great, yeah, if you to Jen can send them out to the group. And then Will also sent me just a note, I'm a little late on this one, saying, the 5-year action plan for the West Side Urban Renewal District includes the constructability analysis. So, that's some work that's already underway, and then maybe that could be expanded to include some of the other areas. So, possible actions, I'm just gonna read them out, not looking for reaction or anything, but things I heard today were, do an analysis of the already developed areas. Kind of for what's, are they worthwhile bringing in or not? Review consent to annex agreements and determine which ones actually could be brought in now and which ones are probably not legal. Prioritize development that the city wants to see so that it would go to the front of the line, or the city would help with that annexation process as opposed to others that, that are going to bring McMansions and we're not motivated to help them. Land bank areas that lack utilities or are landlocked early on, then annex later when there's a developer, utilities are ready, more being strategic about land banking. A joint city county strategy about upgrading county infrastructure, which could include an LID by the county. Development code updates and other actions that might move the needle more than annexation. Streamline the city's annexation process, it might be overly complicated. Have staff research areas that already qualify for the triple majority or could qualify for triple majority. Zoning code changes or policies to encourage density. focus on infill in the city, maybe that's will move the needle more than these annexation areas or potential annexation areas. Do a study or a condition of good repair on the county infrastructure to know what we'd be buying if we took those on. And then Councilor Zamilo just said a little bit of can we alleviate the burden on the county planning department if they are having to use city standards as this area develops? Is there something, a role for the city in that? Great. So, and I'll share my notes with John, and John and I just talked about, he'll probably rewatch this video later as he prepares his report.
Won't.
But those are some of the, none of those are on your action plan. I am not volunteering for any of those things, but I did hear a number of concrete potential next steps if council is interested at some point.
Sounds like a great summary.
Great.
I think we're probably at closure for now.
Thank you.
Thank you, John, for leading us through this. I learned a lot today.
At exactly high noon.
How about?
Great, thank you. Well, first, thank you all for being here today, giving up your Saturday. It's great. Last year when we met, we had both the outgoing and the incoming council, and we brainstormed ideas for a project or your project list or your work plan for the year. I kind of made you do a 2-year plan. I'm feeling really good about that right now because so many of these are multi-year things, and it takes a lot of pressure off us as staff to try to recreate the wheel every year. And so I really thank you for allowing a 2-year plan. Just looking at these, you got a summary in your packet. So I won't go over each one, but I definitely want to have opportunity if you have particular questions. All of our department heads are behind us, here or virtually. So definitely want to entertain questions. And then I thought I'd also just talk a little bit or call on them to talk a little bit about some of the projects that are kind of a heavier lift. When you look at this page, they all look equal, but that's of course not the case. So they're organized again by critical, significant, and other. So that first page are your critical projects. And the first one of that really fits in today's conversation is the development code audit and update. As you know, we received an in-kind grant from the state. And so this one is probably the heaviest lift you've got in this next year. In both from a staff point of view, this will be intensive, a public, there will be stakeholder interviews, there will be a public process for this. And then also for you as council, there will be several touch points where this will need to come to you. So I see Dustin is on the screen, and I asked Dustin, you want to give an overview of what you think this project looks like for 2024?
Yeah, so just picking up as of late of last week where we are, we had visited with council, we'd review with you a project charter, some of the components that we felt as staff that we thought that council would be interested in. Given the gravity of the project, it really needs a sound work plan and methodology in order to keep this process moving forward and not to be derailed. Last week we met with DLCD and MIG to discuss that work plan, some of the components, to articulate what the project charter was into the contract and billable items and scope that we really felt. I feel like this is an absolutely critical stage to set that foundation and make sure that the state, the city, and our contractor is all on the same page. I hope to come back to you possibly on January 22nd to bring that revised contract and scope back to make sure that we are all operating on the same expectations when it comes to touch points, really focused on phase 1. And then previewing some of what the phase 2 is. And I've used a lot of the work that we did with the Heights Streetscape as kind of a process and methodology on how we got input, how we engaged periodically with the council or in the agency board, and using that MIG city county project management team experience as a successful template. So we're trying to rebuild that and use that similar process for the audit and then the amendments. So from there, from that council touch point, we will then begin background information review. We will start pouring into the consultant interpretations that I've written in the past on unclear code, things that have come out of the affordable housing production strategy, items that have come out of the buildable lands inventory, as well as some of our stakeholder outreach on people that have used the code and have cited things that they find difficult, interesting, and or unwieldy. And actually, and to some extent, things that they find that work well. Because, you know, part of the code audit is not only to identify deficiencies, but also make sure that we maintain what works for us. So that will be spring 2024. And then by the end of essentially July, we expect to have the audit completed and then begin transitioning to an amendment phase and implementation of that phase. So built into our scope, we'll have a code, a pause, much like the Heights study, to where as we transition from phase to phase, that we take a look at what did we learn in the audit? What did we hear? Do we need to amend the scope or make modifications to the work ahead to reflect where we are in that moment? So that will be July 2024, and then we'll be off and running for the next year to advance this project into 2025, and then maybe beyond.
There you go. You already got one for next year's project,
All right.
or for the next
All right.
year's work plan. And then others on these, your West Side Urban Renewal District is now 6 days old. It actually took effect January 1st. So we are so lucky to have Will back with us and to have someone who's dedicated on urban renewal projects. So things are already, I'm gonna say, moving a lot faster than they were when Dustin and I and other staff were cutting it out of our spare time. So Will, you want to give us just a very brief overview of kind of West Side plans for this year, and then Heights streetscape plans?
Sure.
And how council might touch those things in the year.
Sure. So we're gonna start working on a 5-year action plan to really effectuate the overall West Side plan, and I'm meeting with Echo Northwest and Elaine Howard to finalize that scope of work on Monday. That's expected to include a constructability analysis of the West Side, sequencing of projects. We know, those are all coming off of existing master plans for parks and transportation. Develop a developer incentive program for that missing middle type housing, where we'll just be buying land for truly affordable housing, getting funding something in the middle, figuring out our key equity performance metrics as well, to know how do we measure success as we move through. How do we know that we're moving the needle? So that's the 5-year action plan. I should say, in order to stretch dollars as much as possible, the developer incentive program I'm going to be working on with a LEM and MBA team. So they're starting work here in January, and we'll finish up in April. I'll be guiding them through that process as well. And we're also creating the public engagement plan as part of this. So there will be many touch points for focus groups, outreach, and the city council and urban renewal agency board. But I don't have those perfectly defined just yet.
Okay.
For the Heights, the Heights streetscape plan is on the agenda for Monday to be formally adopted and included into the Heights urban renewal district plan. That's kind of a belt and suspenders approach to just say formally and unequivocally everything that's in the streetscape plan is approved as a project for urban renewal agency funds. Next steps are to also incorporate those projects into the transportation system plan and to move forward jurisdictional transfer discussions with ODOT. And as we recently had an informational session on that, that could go quick, but that could take many years. We're still waiting for our initial real, we've had some scoping meetings with ODOT, but we haven't gotten into the weeds yet at all. So expecting that to be start happening in January as well. Then the very initial project is some enhanced crosswalks and bump outs along 13th. That's something that we could probably start moving forward sooner rather than later as well. Maybe for a jurisdictional transfer, or we could move forward more quickly. But I'll be doing RFP for the on-call design engineering firm and project management to help bring that on. You'll see that coming before you, probably in February. We'll issue that as going on. See if we can just get moving without ODOT on at least the initial projects.
Thanks, Will. Great. Racial and social equity is we've really brought that back to be internal. So we're starting a staff committee to work on some real concrete, tangible pieces. we can come back to you for kind of reports and guidance, but at this point, it's gonna be a staff piece with representation from every department, which I'm excited about. And then as opportunities come up, so the mayor has his equity council, or if there are invitations from groups in the area, we will take advantage of those as they come up, but not a heavy lift for council right now, except keeping you involved and of course seeking your guidance and support. 780 Rand Road has received the lift funding, has not received the private activity bonds. So we're kind of again in a little bit of standstill. I think have started with some of the planning, and so there is the planning review work where we are both hearing this, and we are the regulator, so we will keep continuing working on this. We'll bring you an update on that project sometime fairly soon, but there's no particular action I have for you at this time. And then FEMA is kind of on hold. Looking at your significant projects, I think government relation, sorry, yes, please.
When FEMA releases their map, is it a big thing for us and staff, or is it just okay?
I think we have, and I'm gonna count on Dustin to correct me, but I think we have two tasks here. One is for us to respond to the maps. What are areas that we disagree with or we would want to appeal, or we have interest. And then the second is FEMA counts on us to do some of the outreach and help people connect to them, not as a ombudsman, not to help advocate for individual property owners, but to make sure that they are aware of how that this is happening and that they know who to contact in FEMA if they want to appeal. Is that right? Dustin, anything to add to that? Great. And that's really been on hold. Last year at this time, I was like, this is a rush. I put it on your urgent list because, it only happens once every decade, and FEMA was like, we're going straight ahead. And then, as you know, there was a particular property owner who I think had some questions and some objections to FEMA and their methodology. And I think everything kind of got withdrawn by FEMA, and we haven't heard a lot since, so. Not our project, we're just support, so we're on FEMA's timeline for this one.
I would consider this we've gone through this cycle 9 years in a row. Since 2015, I've been here 9 times. Every year it takes off, it's urgent, and it goes idle. So one of these times it's going to go through, and we're going to have a real project to deal with from them.
So both, I think, in the vein of what FEMA is or isn't doing and what our responsibilities are, and honestly, for me, how much of a priority is it compared to other things? Should this be on the critical project part, or can it be dropped to some? I mean, yes, it's something that needs to happen and will take some time if it happens. But boy, is it not really addressing one of my top priorities at least.
Yeah. It was last year recommended it here because of the time sensitivity, but you're exactly right. Things have changed.
We can move it. I had a question around, I want to make sure I heard this correctly. Our job is to respond to the map, and our job is to outreach and connect with individuals.
Are the city's job.
Right. So then we would be sending information in English and Spanish in collaboration with the county, or is FEMA supposed to do that?
I think we provide FEMA with mailing lists. I think that we have offered to translate materials because I don't know that they generally do that. We have talked about what are the best ways. So for example, if we feel video is the best way to reach people, FEMA would probably make the video, but we might help them find a geographer or provide them with a spokesperson or something. So they seem very open to whatever we want to do. But I've been very clear with staff that, this is not our project. We don't want to overcommit and spend a lot of our resources when FEMA should be doing it.
I agree. And making sure that folks truly understand who's impacted. I think that's definitely still our responsibility to make sure that our constituents.
Yeah, that's a good point. We are the representatives of the community. And I think FEMA was looking at an open house, and we had some very specific ideas of what needed to be included in the open house. We needed to have interpreters on site. You needed to be in a location that was accessible. Those are the kind of guidance that but then FEMA would actually reserve the space and create materials that we could distribute. So I heard from Councilor Saunders, maybe a request to move this down, drop this as a project. You want to? Okay. Thanks. All right, anything else on the critical page? I'm gonna keep running through, I don't mean to go through each one of them. Significant projects that I'll note, that first one there, government relations, is not project, more of just opportunities as they come up, and that's really driven by you. What do you want to see? Where do you want to be present? And Councilor Saunders pointed out to me, I had in my planned activities, I had people coming to us rather than you going out, and so that's something I can certainly put in the action items to, and I think is actually in the plan. I just didn't put that here. So I'm looking to all of you to commit in 2024 to visit others or watch them on YouTube or whatever that looks like. Looking for those opportunities. We are working with, Chris has engaged DA Davidson. I've got to attend one of those conversations, really interesting. So I think we'll coming to council. You anticipate this spring with some information?
I think the things that will come, trying to work this in coordination with the budget process as best as possible. I think the first things that would come to council for discussion is sort of a general update to just the financial policy document. We've talked about trying to implement some sort of debt policy document and doing something similar for the URA. So this phase of the project is very much diligence, best practices, and benchmarking. And so I think that sort of again, to the extent that things come to the council, it'll be just discussions of general financial policy. And then as we wrap up this phase one, I think there'll be more of a presentation by DA Davidson along with us, to just talk about sort of the current state of the city, and potential opportunities, either for internal financing or.
Thanks, Chris. So this year being the year of learning and some policies, and then if we choose to go forward, I think we could have a second phase with them when we do take some actions. Community outreach, much like government relations and social and racial equity, are like opportunities as they come up. And Jackie is joining me at my one-ones, has met with about half of you so far of kind of what you want to see going forward in the future. So there will be more to come from that. Homelessness, last year we put this on because there was a specific program being advocated for by the Oregon Mayors Association. The governor ultimately decided to go in a different direction. So, and sadly left Hood River County and many other rural counties out of her major focus for homelessness. So I think the city's role is at this point fairly passive in that we continue to support opportunities for shelter and MCAC and others in their work. Development review process is another. I want to point this one out as a really big lift. Yeah, go ahead.
So then does that one come off or move down into other projects?
Would you like it taken off?
That's the bottom line is
Yep.
there room for another one?
The phone might ring and Kenny would come and say.
I'm not saying.
Another
Right,
ask.
I'm not saying we should remove it. I'm
Mhm.
just curious of what folks think. I think curious what folks think.
I mean, I guess this part of me is, how are we using this work plan?
Good question.
Does, dropping it to other or taking it off, because it's now basically at, just operationally, it stays in the budget at whatever amount we've been doing, or, slightly increased during budget process. And we as council, do advocacy as needed, but if it's not taking a bunch of staff time or policy decision-making for the next year, like, does it make sense that it's not there, but it's still, like, we're acknowledging it's still a priority and an
Right.
important thing for us, but
Yeah.
it doesn't have to be like, it's not a work plan because we're
Right.
not doing a project.
Mhm.
Like, and I guess that's, like, if we drop this and then, we do the thing that I constantly do of, well, it's not on here.
Right.
Like, I don't want to do that because addressing houselessness is on my
Mhm.
priority brain
Yeah.
list, but isn't
Mhm.
actually a project we're doing.
Yeah. Certainly going to other projects is kind of the catch-all area.
Well, there are these like opportunity projects or passive or reactive or whatever. So it's like, how do we capture that, right? I mean,
Personally, I'm looking at anything that doesn't have stuff going on, kind of just lumps down to the other category until something actually happens. That's how I filter it in my mind.
Yeah.
It's a watch.
Yeah.
And for those listening, this does not mean that we are not prioritizing, but that it's just is not really involving some of our staff's time.
It's a goal, so.
And I will say one way that I use the word plan, you might not know or be aware of is when I write letters of support, or, you know, if we've written or the mayor is going to write a letter to the legislature, whatever, I always make a point of saying this is on the council's work plan. So sometimes it is worth things being on there, even if there's not an action.
Right.
I think that always feels powerful to me. Great,
Yeah.
thanks. Well, I just made a note, maybe move that to.
If we
kind of the
wanted to
other
bump it
projects.
down, we can.
Other, yeah.
Great. Development review process improvement, I'd say this is another one of your really big deal projects. So this has been on the list for, in some form or format, for probably on and off over the last 10 years, as we continue to try to find ways to streamline. And I think this really comes in today's conversation, right? How can we streamline annexation? How can we make our development process as clear and predictable and smooth as possible? So
Is this one dependent on hiring the building official or is?
that's a piece of it. I mean, some of it is we've initiated a new software system. Some of it is building our relationship with the county. Some of it is finding internal processes, like are our forms clear enough? You know, are we doing well between our departments? But certainly hiring that building official / building administrator would be a critical piece of that.
I like this.
Great. And then public safety facilities, you know, there's been a little bit more conversation about that. We have a new county administrator. She's been here a month and 2 days. And she and I have already had an initial conversation about this. So really looking for the county to be the driver on that, but I do think there's interest there. So we'll see.
Would we at some point have another, we talked about it earlier, a joint meeting to talk about what that would look like, and even bringing up the idea of, can we merge county and city police?
I'll make a note of that. I mean, that was not part of this
Yeah.
project, but can make that note. And we're, I'm gonna say, lucky to have Will back, who worked on the public safety facility project. Kind of to the point where it got left between the county and the city. So I asked him to review that history, and maybe we can see where and if we might want to pick that back up.
Abigail and I were talking, we're gonna put it on a list for a council discussion soon.
Yeah.
To talk about city versus city county versus merger, so that's been captured.
Thank you. So, all right, any other questions about your significant projects? Because otherwise we get to the kitchen sink here. Which is kind of those other projects. Some of them are just kind of cleanup, like closing out Columbia Cascade, which we'll be working on. He brought you a 6-month plan, and that was on that. Fixed bus routes. That's really been CAT, the transportation agency, is the driver on that one. Dehydro is on your list, on your agenda for Monday night. So you will get to hear in depth from Adam and Andrew Benjamin from Endline then. But you can see there's some real concrete things there, big pieces. Chris is working on, we've just started the STC rate study. We'll be bringing that, I think that's probably at least 6 months out at this point. We've just really started that.
all right.
So for council. And then congratulations, food carts and parklets are finished. You did that early in the year. Mural regulations ordinance, we got clear direction from you recently. So Dana is going to be working with Jackie to bring you some code for your feedback and potential adoption. And then the historic highway trailers, we're just really waiting on kind of where's the state going with this. And then now that Will is here, we'll look for urban renewal to take a big piece of that. Other things that are not on here, you know, to acknowledge was, you know, we've spent some time on Uber and Lyft. And so the taxi cab focus group is coming, or that task force, they're coming back to you, I think, January 22nd. I'm meeting with Amy from the transportation agency next week to preview their report. So I'll have more information for you on that.
Awesome.
Are there other things, questions? And then Mayor and I, and some in my one-on-ones with some of you, we've talked about prepping the list for next year, right? I've been really mean about, I got a full plate, not looking for new things. But I definitely don't want to lose track of the things that you are interested in, or that you don't want to, that you want to be checking in.
Well, I'm gonna I don't know, hopefully it's not mean, but as you're going through this.
Yep.
Like there are some very big projects, you know, Dustin as always gets quite a
Yep.
lot of them.
Planning is so greedy.
Yeah.
They take all the good stuff.
I'm sure they're thrilled, but it did seem like there were a number of these of like, okay, I mean, very few of them actually done, but a number of them seem to be kind of just in a holding pattern or
Mhm.
waiting or a fairly low level. They're now kind of just part of operations and, you
Mhm.
know, like, oh, we have Jackie here now who's just doing this. Like, is there any space for like anything now, or are we really like just looking at for next year?
Good question. I'd say if it involves planning, no vacancy.
Yeah.
And
There are no opportunities, so. And I would also say probably if it includes finance, there's, because I think Chris got 2 really big projects this year. And then, also not on the list, but you know, talk about, do we want to review our budget? Not rules, policy, is that right?
Mhm.
Budget policy, as part of our process with that. There may be others, I mean, Public Works, I think I'm gonna look to Adam, I'd say Public Works is pretty full up. Trying to complete some projects we've been working on for a long time. So. I would say police and fire.
I have so many projects for them.
And administration, I mean, some of these projects have my name on them and they're the kind of the ongoing squishy things, so.
Yeah.
Did you have something specific?
I mean, nothing like that I definitely like need to have, but I
Mhm.
certainly, I know one of the things we talked about a couple meetings back was like, you know, some of the energy plan
Yes.
work, and obviously dehydro is a big part of that, and I wanna see that happen. But like, oh, is there some capacity, you know, from Haley and folks, and I have no idea, that gets put in, you know, even if it's just in the other or not, and I don't know, but it's just, yeah, I guess it was just interesting as you were going through it, where I was like, there were more than I realized that are kind of just like there, but not really.
Yeah, things that maybe don't qualify as project.
Yeah, and that's good, because again, like they are council priorities, and I like being able to reference, yeah, we care about this and we are doing it, but. And I don't know, yeah, you're the one that has to tell us that,
Right,
Megan, there is no
Hold up.
space, shut
Yeah.
up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah,
Having the shared list, you know, you and I talked about it, that of what's germinating and what could be discussed for the next 2-year thing. That by itself could say, you know, I have 3 hours a week and this is about a 3 hour a week one. It could allow some things to bubble into the current space without it being a
Right.
sneaky.
We're doing some
campbell's note
pre-work
on the
on it.
tent kind of thing. Yeah.
There's kind of 2 categories in mind. There's the category of, if I find 3 friends to agree with me, then it gets on a certain list versus, well, you know, I think it would be so cool. if we can-" So those are different things.
Right.
And I think we came to some broader agreement about 2 energy council priorities about electrifying our fleet and electrifying our parking spaces. So I think of those being sort of in the on deck circle, not on, but those are priorities under that topic, I think. Tim had brought those up and then I had carried them and discussed.
I mean, in addition to weatherization as well, as we're talking about housing too, energy does have an impact on housing components as well.
I got that memo about weatherization. I certainly think that MCAC does some of that. Is that right, Gladys? I'm really glad to know that they're out there doing that.
And that's just it. I think some of the work is happening, but it is different organizations. So not necessarily the city would have to take that on or staff taking that on, but being aware of who's doing what.
Right. Yeah.
And what specific items of the action plan are they completing so that we're just aware.
Yeah. Good thought. I can certainly take a look at the action plan, maybe meet with Adam and Haley and see like what what's the status right now? Where are we on some of those and what might be, we can take a look. The other piece I want to say, just thinking about the work plan itself and staff is, you know, I think in your packet, there's a statistic of 34% of the staff has been hired in the last 2 years. And that has included some really critical positions. That's been the finance director, that's been Public Works, that's been the city engineer. So to some
HR.
extent in HR. I'm so excited for
Yeah.
HR. So that I really want to give those folks runway to get the day-to-day work
Yeah.
under control, and that was one of our new planners,
Mhm.
before I add more, you know,
Right.
to their tasks. So in some ways, if I think if this was a football team, right, this is a rebuilding year
Yeah.
for the city,
Mhm.
which I feel bad for all of you as committed, you know, counselors who are on for a limited amount of time. Of course, you're ambitious and you want to do as much as possible, but we have a lot of new staff who are new to Hood River or new to their jobs, including your city manager.
Yeah, we're.
And those are the remind, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, those are the reminders.
Just
of those,
context,
Keep
yeah.
those boundaries.
Yeah.
in place, because otherwise, really quickly.
And I share your ambition. There's so much I want to do too, so I'm completely with you. As Councilor Sandmiller said, you know, just kind of the ongoing like list. So Mayor and I had had a conversation about kind of how might we maintain a list for you and keep that. I keep a list electronically. I have a list of like kind of things I've heard from council as a whole, and then individual things I've heard from individuals of you. Of things that maybe I need to bring forward or you might choose to bring forward at a time. I think for the ones that council has as a whole said, yeah, we want to think about that a little further. Quarterly, I bring you a report of where we are on the project.
Mhm.
And Mayor and I just talked about just a couple minutes ago of if I added a list of like, here's kind of in the hopper or kind of in the wings, that way you know that it's on the list.
Right.
And then you could say, you know what, that no longer is relevant, or gosh, that one feels a lot more urgent than it was before. That would be a pretty easy way to at least have a touch point on a quarterly basis.
I think that facilitates your point of finding things that resonate amongst a bigger group of us as opposed to just a bunch of individuals.
And also it occurred to me to mention, if this is the council call, or we call it something else, we changed the name of that.
Do you call it council?
Reports?
Council
Anyway,
reports?
it used to be called council call.
Yeah.
So say like, hey, y'all, I've been thinking about this, is anybody else interested? Like,
Yeah.
that's the sort of trial balloon moment to see if there's any broader support for it. So that's related to this process.
Yeah.
I would agree.
I'll tell you on my electronic list here, what I have right now is, one of you has asked about criteria for stop signs. One of you has talked about, what it would look like if we increase the gas tax. Energy council items, a number of those. And then, there's been a little bit of interest mostly by Councilor Coonahan about revisiting or restarting the low impact development process that was started in 2017 and I think has stalled out. So that's what I've got on my list right now. If you've told me something else and I missed it, let me know, but that's what I've got for you.
Help me understand, low impact process from 2017, what is that?
The low impact development, and I think Councilor Sandmiller was on that committee.
Water
Oh, okay,
management that
okay.
isn't just a pipe.
Bioswales.
Spring garden, spring gardens. Frog ponds,
Okay.
Great,
very loud frog ponds.
That's my
built
report.
in the house.
Okay.
And there may be something that just comes up throughout the year that we might, something want to add all of a sudden. So,
We seem to always do.
yeah, I know.
Yeah, that
So-
usually tends to happen.
So we may already be fully scheduled.
Mhm.
Okay, so that was Abigail.
Yep.
Now, turning the page, we have the department heads have prepared the one pager, so I don't think we need to recite those, but
I thought there was interpretive dances that went with each one.
I would love to see that. So I just asked them all to just give you an overview of kind of what some of the key projects are, and then factors that they're considering, you know, just things in the world that we are, you know, like cost of housing for recruitment or how a state law might change things. So that was just an overview. They're available if you have any questions about any of those, but those were just written reports.
There's a short session of the legislature coming up. Is there any curveballs that are really gonna change our life? I don't know. I haven't been paying attention.
Have they even released the bills yet?
No, they haven't done the legislative concepts. I mean, there's some legislative concepts floating around, and I say, the governor's has staff who have been working on housing production strategies. We've seen some of those legislative concepts kind of filter through for a quick reaction, but nothing official yet. And then, of course, I would also say Measure 110 will be a real focus of the legislature.
Yeah.
And League of Oregon Cities, I believe, sent out to all elected officials kind of their first take on recommendations.
It'll have to be something that interests Republicans to show up for quorum.
When did they decide that one? I know it's in the courts, right?
Oh, right.
Whether they
Already
actually
decided.
approve it or not.
Did they
Or
decide?
can run
Take
again.
up the case.
I keep waiting to hear the outcome of that and haven't. Maybe I missed the memo, but I feel like they haven't told us.
I don't think it's been argued yet. It's up in the Supreme Court now. It's like a lawyer's field day, the way that measure is drafted.
Because our local senator is on that list.
Yes.
He most certainly is, yes, that's correct.
So that takes us, I think, to the end of our,
That was it.
the last thing was URA, and so, any questions for the department heads about their pleasantly concise one pagers?
I guess one question, second in Oak. Anything to note? Let's last touch on that.
I believe February.
Yeah, February.
February?
Ooh.
What will start happening in February? Digging?
Yeah, we'll start with street closures. We're starting before that. We're meeting with downtown business owners currently. Just public notification about what to expect with street closures. So we'll start with signage, and then we'll go right into the four corners of construction out here.
And will people be walking on dirt in August?
No.
Because not yet, or because already done?
You mean like, will the job go into August?
Yeah.
What you're trying to say? Oh, yeah, no, we should be done, this should go no later than April.
Great.
And that's dependent on, the last concrete being poured from the sidewalks. That would be weather.
Great, thank you.
And this is the full tear the Band-Aid off, close the whole street, dig it all up, put it back together, as opposed to like Rand, which is the
Yeah.
three-year construction plan.
Yeah, so the main Oak and Second Street will be closed one block, but it'll be parking on like opposite sides, so you'll be able to park on the, don't quote me, but the north side of between Second and First and Oak, the south side will be closed. We used to be able to park there, so you'll have to do a turnaround. So we're trying to keep it available as we could. We had to work with the dot on this to get all the permitting for the street closures and the signage.
I've been so pleased to see the ordinary traffic flow resume at Rand and Cascade. When will there be a light there? When will there be a light?
Yeah, I don't know the exact date. I know Randy was last working on setting up a meeting with the ODOT's project manager on that to get the startup date for this spring. There was some problem with the asphalt, so they're gonna find out what was laid already, repave that, but as far as like the inroad work, it's for the most part done. It's the asphalt, so they've been working a little bit on just right away work.
So thinking about standing in line at the coffee shop, both of those will be done by Memorial Day. Correct. I'm gonna start saying that.
Don't put me on that.
Tentatively.
Brand Cascade out of this.
Okay, then I am not gonna start saying
I would
that.
have to follow up, but second vote, you can.
Thank you.
Right, thank you.
Okay, where's that is, what
That's
else?
it. I would simply say thank you, council, for your support and your leadership. You know, this is an ambitious city. We've taken on a lot of work. I showed Councilor Saunders yesterday my list of like all the 2023 actions, and you've had a very productive year, and I appreciate your real focus on what's important and keeping us moving forward. So thank you.
Well, thank you guys for doing the work and making all that happen, because we give the vision, but you're all the ones that are actually doing it. So thank you.
I was just gonna say, all these discussions, of what should we be doing in the future, it doesn't say, thank you for doing all the work to date. And just keeping us going, it's awesome.
At a prior session, John used a great metaphor, which is there's all these things we'd like to change and enhance, but in the meantime, we have to keep getting the beer out.
Right.
It's the metaphor.
Remember that.
Keep the, we're doing stuff, but the day-to-day stuff.
Right.
I feel so grateful. What an interesting, high level discussion about this really nuanced, complex policy issue about annexation.
Very impressive.
So many good points, both sides of it. Really a pleasure. I think it serves the city very well to have those, that level of engagement and sophistication. So onward.
Well done.
It's gonna
And
be a
we're
great
adjourned.
year. Go team.
A lot more data than I thought I would.
Yeah.
And there's like 90 minutes of daylight left.
I had said 1:30 and you're, I was an hour.
I didn't even bring my sunglasses.